So, let's see. Is everybody watching the Discord stream?
Oh, am I supposed to? I will in one
You may
moment.
do that, yeah. So my Twitch stream would have spoilery stuff in it, but
Okay.
the Discord stream will have stuff that you are able to view, and it's going to be kind of like our conflict sheet for the most part. So I can do cool stuff behind the scenes to help manage some of the things that we might forget. So, for example, I'm going to go ahead and enrage here.
Enrage?
Yep.
So raged.
Oh, I see. Just so you can.
Yep. So
Yeah, so it lowers your dice.
Yep. So
Yeah.
this lowers the Dex and Insight die by 2 sizes.
Oh,
But
wow.
it I've made it clever enough that you don't go below 6, which is in the rules. Also, when you do that, you'll see that the defense and magic defense still changes appropriately as well. So all that's stacks correctly. And then I also have a set of status effects for the enemies that you might encounter on the bottom. I left big open space here in case we want to put in clocks, and probably down here underneath I'll have a portrait of them eventually, along with if you try to ascertain information about an enemy, I can copy and paste it essentially from the sheet I'm looking at into here. So if you end up discovering a weakness or something like that, it would be report that in. So it should make it pretty easy to keep track of everything. I don't know. I'm really excited about it. And
No,
then
good
So-
job. That's awesome looking. At first I
Yeah.
thought it was just kind of like a little chart, but I realized you actually like fully did the math for all of it. Good job.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, can you enrage again?
yeah. Full enrage player here.
I'm not seeing.
Oh, I think
the
he.
thing.
I think he
Did it
clicked on
freeze
the
on me?
monster. You probably need to click on 11, right? 11C. Or...
Oh yeah. Whoops. Yep.
Okay, yeah. So it brings it down by 1. Sorry, you said by 2, and I was confused.
Oh yeah, it's a die size by 1, but all of the steps are 2s. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That. I'm less worried now. I
You
thought you
my
meant 2
math
die
was wrong,
sizes.
yeah.
I was like,
Actually, did we have our first actually already?
actually, yeah. I was exactly thinking that too.
Let's
But
see.
we were both right in this case, so we're good.
All right, so let me give you a quick refresher of what happened last time. And I'll try not to make it super in-depth, but essentially you folks were on an airship. That airship went down. You folks did your first set of checks and ended up keeping the airship from suffering catastrophic damage, and so it's probably not going to take as long to repair as it could have. But it was shot down by some sort of cannon. You decided to go and investigate the city that was in the crater from which the cannon was fired. And along the way, you encountered a couple monsters, including a Hexai and some Elonian soldiers. The Elonian soldiers were these kind of mechanical automatons that run on the magical soul energy of the world that heavily concentrated in the crater. And then, after successfully navigating that battle, you saved Olivia, who was very grateful, and helped you out by restoring inventory points and allowing you to, I think, buy some sort of potion that ended up being used. You eventually came to the central building in the crater from which the cannon was fired, and in there you found Desdemona, who is a key villain, particularly has a history as a mentor with Cassandra, and also, what was the name of the other character?
Tristan.
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 And
Nick.
there's also some history between Tristan and Cassandra that is interesting and not yet fully explored, but excited to know more. Essentially, Tristan died, and Desdemona was attempting to resurrect Tristan using this compass and by drawing power this location. You folks were able to defeat Desdemona and cause her to flee, and Tristan's soul was trapped in that compass, and that's pretty much where we left off. Everybody got a level up, and yeah. So the way I want to start this session is with an interlude scene, actually. Following your battle, Desdemona was able to flee the scene by using a quickening or a wind-walking escape spell, and exited the temple from the other side where you folks came from. And in the scene, Desdemona is definitely bloodied but unbowed, returning to her airship that she arrived in, and has told the commander, who is a human directing the Elonian soldier automatons, that she lost the artifact and withdrawal for now. And it's at this time that most of the Elonian soldiers can be seen by our party retreating from this central temple onto an airship and leaving. And so everybody take one additional Fabula point for Desdemona being on the scene, and we'll move in to the next one and find out what our player characters would like to do next.
I do have a quick question. I noticed in the notes I wrote before that Cassandra was shaken. We talked about that, I think. Is she still shaken now?
We'll say
If so, her willpower should be going down, is all I'm saying.
So, let's see.
On the little chart.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and leave that shaken effect on.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna guess we're still injured and stuff, right? It's like,
Yeah.
Well,
What
I don't
caused you to be
have the
shaken?
exact values that you were at, but if you have them, I can put them in.
I do. Want me to list them off?
Sure.
I am at 33 hit points and 0 inventory points. I haven't been able to touch my MP, so...
Okay.
Technically, I could be at 34 because of the level up, you know. Oh yeah, but we're gonna try to figure out what we're, So, where are we now? Are we at the battlefield that just happened?
Yep, so you are at the temple. You have recovered the compass, which I believe is in Cassandra's inventory currently.
Yes.
But other than that, the threat of the cannon seems to have been neutralized. In the last battle with Desdemona, she was attempting to use the cannon along with the compass, but was thwarted in doing so by the party. And so, yeah.
Alright, I think for Levine, this cannon, she kind of thinks we should break it. I don't remember what our original objective is in regards to that, but... Because I know we're going to be investigating down here. I forget exactly all the details, but...
I know that Blair was like, hey, we need to, like, stop the Empire from succeeding, so... In a way, I feel like that would be the line of thought, is to stop them from acquiring weapons, because it was like there was like a power source here, and Blair was like, no, we can't allow that.
Okay. So, yeah, Levine is going to start picking up her blade, covered with, you know, a bit of, what's her name? Desdemona's blood, but it's also not sure how much of her own blood is it dripping off of her own armor. But she's going to, like, pick it up, and she's going to start walking towards that cannon. It's like, we break it.
Okay.
How large is this thing?
Well, it's big enough to take out an airship, so I'm going to go ahead and say this
Yeah.
thing is probably at least twice the size of a standard human.
All right.
And some parts of the mechanism are probably hidden underground. But let's have Edgar go ahead and roll a double insight check for me on the weapon.
All right. So that is a D8 and a D8. All right, I'm just gonna unbottle the second set. Ugh.
Bottle.
Yeah, I had it in a bottle.
Okay.
So that is 10.
So
Yeah.
10 was the exact difficulty score. So
Phew.
you are reasonably certain that the firing mechanism is what you are looking at right now, and that if you were to trash or destroy what you currently see, that the weapon would be disabled beyond repair for a very long time, or without very extensive knowledge of this bygone civilization.
Oh, well, so yeah, I'll say, well, it's a shame to have to take out some amazing technology like this, but if you really want to disable this weapon, all we'd really have to do is destroy this triggering mechanism.
Okay, I roll an attack on it.
No,
I just don't even wait. Just she's like hitting that.
Oh my
one part.
god.
whoa, wait! Don't you might trigger it.
As
okay.
Cassandra, can I block the swinging?
Blair's just
of
standing
Levine?
back, like,
Alright,
oh my.
Just like raise my spear and be like, just stop, dude, for a second.
so let's have a contested attack check here between Levine and
Okay.
Cassandra. So
Levine
go
being
ahead
the-
and roll.
I think mine's what am I?
Do an attack. Both of you do an attack roll.
Okay, I've got to find my dice here a little bit. Okay, I think I got D10 and a D8. I'm bumping my mic. Okay. I got a. Oh, I must drop my.
It's my might.
Okay, I got a 9 plus.
Is it my might and my dexterity?
So it should say on your weapon. So Levine's greatsword is Dex plus Might.
Yes.
Cassandra's spear will probably be something else, or something similar.
You'll probably be on the
I
left
muted
side.
myself. I coughed earlier and I
Oh.
forgot to unmute myself. Sorry.
It says
It is
dex.
death plus might for me
Yeah.
too, so.
Okay. So go ahead and both of you roll and let me know what the results are.
I got a 10. I got a 10 already.
Ooh.
Can I mean Edgar could also try to help too, add on to that, right? If they really want to stop me, I feel like.
I think the decision has been pretty well made
Yeah, the
at this
decision has
point.
been made.
Yeah.
Edgar
Just wanna make sure
has
we get
been busy kind of speaking, and Levine is like, charge, and Cassandra's like, wait, hold up.
So she's like
Yeah,
grabbing
probably-
me, and I'm just.
I was probably just
Explaining
explaining and just closing my eyes or writing things down
And
as I'm
Cassandra
doing it,
heard
just
break
not.
things.
All right.
Or not Cassandra,
Which
Levine
is
heard
what you're
break
saying
stuff and they were
is-
like, okay.
So what you're saying is I add damage onto this, right?
Yep, so go ahead and give me the high roll damage. So I think your
Okay.
weapon is high roll plus 10.
Yes, and also I deal extra damage being in crisis, so that's 15, 21 damage to this thing.
Okay. You take a mighty swing, and Cassandra's spear attempts to deflect, but unfortunately doesn't quite make it there in time. And you take a mighty chunk out of this cannon, which has no ability to evade you in any way, but it does definitely. It's hardy. It has to withstand the ability to fire this energy weapon, and so you have a feeling that you've definitely damaged it, but you have not completely disabled it.
It's a little thick. she says as she kind of backs up now, realizing she should probably slow down a little bit. You know, the adrenaline's still kicked up from the fight, so she's just ready to finish this off. But she's gonna reserve herself now. Stabs her sword into the ground. Like it stand upright.
All right, let's just take a quick moment here to analyze the situation and just see what the best way to take this apart is without triggering it. That's the important part. We don't want to fire another thing off.
Levine is nodding as though she thinks she understands.
All right, let's go ahead and resolve this with a group check. We'll have Edgar be the leader. We're gonna do an insight and dexterity roll. So Levine, Cassandra, and Blair, anybody who wants to assist in this group check, your difficulty class is 10. That's the number to beat with your dex and insight roll. So all three of you roll first.
We roll either Dex or Insight, I'm sorry, or both?
Dex and insight together.
Got it.
Hey, I got exactly 10.
All right.
Hey,
See, you went
I got a
D10.
5.
I got a roll, hold on.
I mean a 7. 7.
I got an 8.
Okay.
all right, so that's a +1 for me.
Yep, exactly. So now you roll your dex and insight and add +1.
Oh, easy peasy. So that's 16 with the +1.
Nice. So, examining this, all of you take a look, but Edgar in particular, you have found a spot on the cannon where the firing mechanism has some shock absorbers, and you think that if you go ahead and release the shock absorbers or jam a sword in it and attempt to fire the weapon, that you could pretty well destroy this, or you think that you might have a much harder time, but you could potentially eventually disable it and try to salvage parts of it, but that would be a much more challenging task.
Well, I know Edgar is probably partial to being able to salvage as much as he can, so he can learn from the technology that's there, and so he can have the spare parts to use a little later. But I understand that it would be a little bit more difficult. So if people want to move more quickly, if you feel an urgency to get back right now, then I understand, and I'll show everybody else the easier way to take it apart. But if everybody's okay with it, spending a bit of time, then I wouldn't mind being able to take a crack at this thing.
If I break some parts more than others, could you salvage more?
I think the more you break, the less I can salvage.
Got it. Okay. That's all Levine's got.
Sinus, is
Mhm.
there anything like we can do while we're in there? Like, because like I think Blair would want to see if there was like any other, I don't know, like evidence left behind from when Tristan and that other person was there, to see if there's like any clues, like what they were doing, their main evil plan.
Make an insight plus willpower roll.
Okay. See here. We'll say okay. D8 and what was the other one? Sorry, insight and willpower. Okay. 9.
9?
Yeah.
You're having a tough time figuring out what the Elonian army's true objective was. What you do know is that Desdemona came here with a compass with the specific goal of taking control of a large amount of soul power to try and restore Tristan to the realm of the living. Beyond that, you can't really tell what Elonia's overall goal might have been or find any other specific clues. But whatever it was, they're leaving now.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
So let's try to resolve this canon idea with
Oh.
a group check, and what we'll do is we will set a threshold to destroy it. So Edgar had a pretty reasonably good roll on investigating the weaknesses of this particular object. So let's say the difficulty class for destroying it is going to be a 7, but for each 3 above that you roll, Edgar will be able to salvage more parts from it.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, so let's see. How is everybody going to attempt to disable this? So we're going to do 4 individual checks and more or less average them together for this. It's going to be a little bit different than a full group check.
Levine would probably use a lot of might to it. I'm also kind of thinking she might even try to use dark energy, even if she knows it might be strong against that attack. If she could use her hands to pry it apart more by giving her just muscles more of a thing, maybe she could take it apart without damaging it. But I don't know if that's reasonable. But I think she would do something like that. Use her adrenaline and her dark blade abilities to kind of really help pull this thing apart as fast as possible.
Okay. What is everybody else doing?
Oh, you go first.
I was actually gonna ask, is it possible if I use an ability of mine, my trust in you for Levine to be more successful with that?
Sure.
Like, based on my bond?
Yeah, can you remind me what, that's a new skill for you, so let me know what that does.
Says, after another player character who is able to hear you performs a check, you may spend 1 Fabula point and invoke one of their traits or bonds in order to let them reroll dice or improve the result of the check.
Oh, okay. So you can spend your
the-
Fabula points in order
Yeah,
to...
that's what I was gonna use. Use
Oh,
my
that's cool.
Fabula point for that.
So I'm going to say you are welcome to do that, but because it directly influences Levine's role, I'm going to say you can do that to help someone else's check if you would like in this process. But as for what you are actually doing to help, let's try to find another kind of creative way that Blair can be involved with. So I think that's valid and good thinking, but let's use that to supplement roles. Cassandra, did you have an idea?
So I'm wondering with checking the sheet too. I'm wondering if I use my elemental weapon. Is there like, because this thing's like made out of metal and stuff, right?
Yep.
Would it be like weak? Like if we like heated it up, would it be easier to destroy it, kind of thing? Or
You can
would it just not
certainly
even
try.
matter? Yeah.
Can't hurt to try.
Yep.
So yeah, I think I might try to do that then. Like, do elemental weapon and like try to do damage alongside Levine.
Okay. Let's
Or
go ahead
actually,
and
really quick too, could I maybe try to study the thing and see if I can spot any like actual like weak spot to make it easier to damage? Or
so
hacking away at it?
Edgar and you have, as a group already kind of ascertained where the weak points are, and it seems to be that the firing mechanism is a lot like a real world gun, right? So there's going to be a large amount of recoil, and the way that this weapon handles that recoil is whenever it fires that energy, the cannon will slide backwards in order to compensate for that very large discharge in energy. And you think, based on the information that you have already gotten is that if you were to say keep that particular action from happening, so like wedging a weapon in there or finding other ways to weaken the cannon while it fires, that would be a critical weak point to exploit.
Can I use Bone Crusher on it and make it suffer weak?
Sure, absolutely.
I wasn't sure if I could use that on an inanimate object, so I didn't think to ask, but if I can use that.
Well, this is very much going to be a game of, if it makes sense, and we can apply it to the situation, I'm happy to do it. So,
Alrighty, I'll do that then, I think, because I'm worried about using an element and having it trigger something inside of the mechanism to be like, oh, I fire this now. Or something like bizarre like that.
all right.
Nice profile pic, Mal, by the way.
So yeah, I
Thank
will
you.
attack it with Bone Crusher using weak.
Okay. Edgar or Blair, thoughts?
So I was wondering if I could use. Let me bring this up again. My affinity with Magitech. So I do have a skill now called Magitech Override, which lets me kind of take over Magitech devices. Now, I can't take this over, but maybe I could use that to kind of manipulate it in a way that would make it easier for us to dismantle it.
Oh, my the character sheet. I loaded the wrong one. I'm sorry. I'll go after Mal, but my apologies.
Okay, yeah, no problem. We're all kind of deciding what everybody's going to do at once.
Yeah.
I was gonna say too for Blair, because they were gonna try to provide assistance to me, and maybe that could be more of the role they could do, is just like, hey, hold this thing here like this, or just be like wipe some sweat off of Edgar's brow. That could be some of the ways that she helps, because she's not super mechanically inclined, right? But she's
No.
a motivator.
Right.
So it could be just small things like that, providing encouragement, give a little bit of water or stuff like that while we're trying to quickly pull this thing apart.
Yeah, that's all fine. Yeah, I've given you as much as I want to give you as the GM. I want you folks to have fun and think about how
Yeah.
your character would help out, and that's all gravy for me. So for what I have right now, Levine is planning to use their crisis state to try and inflict damage on a weak point, but doing it with finesse in a way that is going to try and salvage as much of this as possible. So I'm going to say one of your die has to be dexterity. The other one you can choose either might or willpower for this. For Edgar, your Magitech Override, you would use an Insight plus Insight check, and you have to spend 10 mind points when you do this.
Yep.
Cassandra, follow the rules for Bone Crusher, whatever kind of roll it says, and whatever specific cost there is, if any. And then that just brings us to how Blair is going to be participating.
I think I'm assuming that there's like more chunky pieces than like exposed wires or something
Right.
like that. But I think like if Blair would be able to like, yeah, she would be like, Levine, like, can you help me like pull this mechanism apart and like help me get it down to the ground kind of deal, by maybe even using like her dagger to like pry it apart or something. She
Okay.
doesn't know what to do.
All right. That makes sense to me. Let's use your dagger accuracy check, right? So Dex plus Insight plus 1 to attempt to disable whatever weak wiring you can find whenever this happens. All right, so
Alright.
everybody has an action that they're taking, right?
Yes.
Yes.
and knows what they're rolling? Okay, everybody roll
Yes.
your dice on this.
Okay, and would I add my adrenaline to this roll at all then? It is a 6, so it seems a little high to add to it, but
I don't.
because it's
I
not
don't.
it's
I
not
don't think
like
so.
a damage check. It's okay. Just want to double check that. Oof.
So
Oh wait, no, wait, I'm on the wrong thing. No, that's right. No, that is the right thing. Okay, I got a 12 on.
ah, nice.
10 over here.
I got a 13.
Might be muted.
So if we get
Cassandra
great.
is
Cassandra
missing.
Oh, sorry.
Cassandra.
I got a 7 on my bone
Also-
crusher.
I will say if Blair does want to use that Fabula point, I got a 2 on my D8. So if I roll 3 or higher, that would put me at 6 above the 7.
I
So
don't mind. Like I'm willing to part with it, my Fabula point, to make sure we're extra successful.
okay, so I will do that then. I'll re-roll this. Oh, I got an 8.
Oh,
So what's your
That's an
total roll then?
18.
So
Whoa.
you went from 12 to
Because wait.
18.
Dang.
Yeah, because I got a 10 on the D10. I was like, well, that 8's a little low. So
Alright.
All right.
I wish I had a camera on that. That would have been sick.
Anyone
That would've
else?
popped off.
Anyone invoking any bonds or traits before we actualize this? Or skills
No,
or
I
anything?
think
I-
no. I think I'm.
I'm good.
I'm good.
I'm good there too, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. So the average of our 4 rolls is 12. And so we're going to go ahead and... So the Cassandra is unfortunately trying to do 2 jobs at once. Cassandra has the compass, which you noticed in the past was what Desdemona was trying to use in order to fire this weapon. And so Cassandra, unfortunately, is trying to struggle to do 2 things at once, and figures out how to fire the weapon, but is unfortunately not as prepared as everyone else. And so the bone crusher lands, but it just doesn't quite weaken the actual structure of the weapon as much as you had hoped. Meanwhile, Edgar is performing a Magitech overload and causing more of that energy to be concentrated in an abstract way. So instead of a single projectile, you've really dissipated a lot of that energy and is causing the actual firing mechanism to just kind of be all over the place. So kind of like a misfire almost. Let's see. And then Blair, Blair was attempting to cut some of the wires, and with some dexterity and patience and a power of observation, makes a pretty good swing and catches quite a few vital components of this as the weapon fires. But the real hero here is Levine, who has jammed their greatsword into this fulcrum and uses a great amount of their dexterity and their power over themselves and their current crisis state, and at the exact right time when the weapon fires, uses the greatsword to actually lever
With help
the
from Blair
barrel
on
of
the
this
timing.
gun right off of its axis, and it causes it to disengage entirely in a fabulous spray of purple mist and magic. So the weapon doesn't actually fire a projectile of any kind. It more explodes inside the barrel and but thankfully, with the way that everything worked out, Edgar is able to recover some working Magitech parts from this. We're going to go ahead and say 600 Zenit worth out of
Woo!
this.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And something
Loaded.
resembling a weapon. So, nice
I
job.
do want to mention though, my role was definitely a lot better thanks to Blair too. So she definitely helped me out at the end there.
Yeah.
Smiley
Or
face.
they, I keep forgetting.
It's alright.
Do you folks want to know more information about how the roles played out or anything, or mostly just kind of stay in the zone throughout how we go and then cover that later?
I think I'm good for now on
We
that.
can cover it later, maybe,
All right, sounds good.
and stuff.
Great. So that cannon, if it wasn't broken before, nobody's using it now, and you're carrying away some key pieces of it.
All right.
We'll say
We're gonna
too, Levine took off her armor for that portion of it because it's sweaty and needed to really get into things. So she just like basically buffed up to twice her normal size, just like that one anime gif I shared, and she just looks bigger, out of her suit of armor. And she also just is like wearing mostly bandages for her top with like some tattered clothes and just a whole bunch of garbled cloths
We
underneath.
had to
So
scold you about the fact that she would definitely be wearing something under her metal armor.
I was memeing mostly.
I
Probably.
know,
Who
but
knows?
still.
I might be lying, but yeah, her clothes are very tattered. There's like old blood stains mixed with the new blood that's on them. So
Is any of that like bandages, or are there any wounds
Yeah.
that anyone else might notice? Anything in particular?
I guess I mean you're asking like what caused the wound?
Not necessarily. Just if there's anything
Okay.
noteworthy related to Levine's backstory that you had in mind, that there's one particularly nasty gash, or if it's just general.
Most of her skin is covered up just because she does have, but it's more so the assortment of like bandages to cover up broken parts of her shirt and stuff
Yeah.
like how cobbled together it is, and like each of them like. Most have been washed recently, but now you have new, but they still have like blood stain on them. So it's more so just the assortment of kind of gross-ish bandages and
So basically,
cloths,
we need
I
to
guess.
get Levine clothing. Is what you're saying?
So I
And
guess
a nice little shirt.
it's just gonna get bloody again,
Can wear it for special occasions.
Anyone else have any other comments in this scene before we close it out?
I was wondering, so we're destroying the cannon, and then that ship is leaving, and I'm assuming they're ignoring us destroying the cannon and stuff like that. And my biggest question was, if just in particular with the ship and stuff, is it anything that Cassandra necessarily recognized? Just like very briefly, is it like a type of ship that she recognized? Or was it definitely related? Like it wasn't like an ally ship or anything like that. It was definitely from those knights.
I'm gonna say that it's not. There's nothing in particular about the ship that resonates with you, other than it is of
Okay.
clearly Elonian make. However, you do see a flag that is flying that that you recognize as a symbol of your previous mentor, and so maybe one fun thing that you could do is try to think about what that symbol might look like and flesh that out or draw it out, and we can kind of add it to the lore. If you have something that immediately springs to mind, we can do that now. Otherwise, something cool to
Not
think on
just
for
yet,
later.
but yeah. Because I figured Cassandra would be super, like, also slightly intent on that ship and where it was going to be going, because she's intent on Desdemona to a point, so.
It does seem to be flying back towards the direction of Elonia, and that wouldn't be that's kind of a normal sight. Probably the only reason that you might know that Desdemona is on it is because of this brand, this flag that they're
Mhm.
flying. You are certain that Desdemona is on that ship.
Okay. All right. I make a little note of it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I think I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm
I
good.
guess
Yeah.
yeah, we mostly just need to get back to the ship, right?
Yeah. The only quick thing I want to do is while we had already sort of salvaged Tristan, I remember it was mentioned that it had the symbol of my mentor on there, and I wanted to go and see if there was maybe more to the message other than just his emblem pressed there. Which I'll be honest, I don't even remember the name I gave when we did the
Harlan.
pre-made. I
Professor
didn't know we were Harlan. That's it. Yep. Yep. Just gonna write that in my bonds, but I'm not gonna actually put any bonds on it.
Yeah.
Harlan.
And that's something that you folks are welcome to establish as you go. I'm going to let you more or less govern your traits and bonds at appropriate times. Yeah, that's definitely a name that you'll want to have written down. So the symbol, the place that you saw Professor Harlan's symbol, and is more like Professor Harlan's like initials, right? Some sort of
Okay.
signature, and you know that it's Professor Harlan's signature because it is also on your arm that was replaced. And so where you saw this signature was on the Magitech body that Tristan was using that now lies lifeless on the ground. It is no longer inhabited by Tristan's soul. Tristan's soul is trapped in the compass for now. But on the actual armor, you find the Professor Harlan's signature is right on the helmet. You go ahead and make a, let's say, a double insight check on it.
All right. Well, that's not bad. 11.
11. This is for sure Professor Harlan's signature. You definitely don't think it's a forgery. You think it's the real deal. But you aren't able to ascertain any further information from it, other than this is almost assuredly Professor Harlan's handiwork.
Alright, well, at least he's still all right.
Can I ask something, Sennis?
Sure.
Based on what we saw from our airship crash, was there any like visible sign what was really wrong with it? Like, I mean, I think one of the turbines or something got smacked pretty hard, but as far as like what we're salvaging or anything to help with repairs or something like that, was anything standing out to us about that? I mean, I'm not an engineer, but Edgar is, but
Make an insight and willpower check.
okay.
And I was going to ask, because that Magitech armor is still there, can't we also salvage that, or can we just bring it along with us?
I assume that was the treasure that I had gotten from it.
Oh,
it
so
gave
you
me-
already did that. You did that before.
Yeah, so I already had 400 worth of Magitech scrap from it.
Okay. I couldn't remember, and I was like, I feel like we should also like do something about that before we go.
That would
It seems
happen with me
important.
too.
I rolled a 12.
12.
Yeah.
So you recall that when you were going down in the airship, that it was the port side that was hit. You were out on the deck, I believe, whenever it was actually shot down, and so you, kind of gazing out at your destination, saw the cannon fire and strike the airship. Now, you are right that you don't really have any particular intrinsic knowledge about airships or engineering, but you do know that the propeller or turbines on the port side of the ship were what took the brunt of it, and probably a little bit of hull damage as well. Not something too serious, but it was not able to stay aloft with only one side running, and so a crash landing was inevitable. But it doesn't seem like it would be too complicated of a fix for someone who works on an airship. You have to imagine that some contingencies and redundancies are in place, and that some of that, at the very least, is going to be available to the captain and the crew, but you don't know how much or what else you might find that would assist in that.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Is like at this particular area when we came here, I'm trying to remember, there was like structures and stuff, wasn't there?
Yeah, so this was a some sort of like ruined city almost, and
Yeah.
there was a huge magical implosion that took place. The exact details of what the exact goal of that spell or machinery is unclear and lost to time. But it was clearly something that went very, very wrong and detonated ground zero, causing this crater. And so it was a thriving city, and the place where you are located is a large temple structure, semi-centrally located. It makes sense from a defensive standpoint that a defense mechanism would be here. But it's relatively central, and this building that you're in looks to be pretty important, if very weathered by the damage that was taken during that time. Many of the other buildings are nowhere near as intact. There's definitely chunks missing of this building, but it is still holding up and holding strong.
Okay, so because I'm thinking part of the reason with all this is like we have to figure out why exactly they were trying to use this particular structure to do this kind of ritual, it seems like.
Mhm.
So because I feel like the ship is going to take a while to repair, so it couldn't hurt to do a bit more investigating around in this area. And I feel like we really need to search this temple, and like because you said part of this, like earlier I remember you were saying that part of that, like the big fire, like the big gun or whatever, it was like part of it goes underground
Right.
and stuff. So I think we should do a little bit of searching and stuff like that as well.
Let's see. Something. Wow, that was incredible. Flipped right to the page.
Nice.
So let's do a group check, investigating this temple for more information. And this is going to be an insight plus insight check. Who's gonna lead this? Cassandra makes sense, having come up with it, but you're more than welcome to designate someone else.
So I have a D6 for an insight.
D10.
D6. Yeah, Levine very rarely feels like she should be a leader on a lot of things, so she's.
Because I could also have brought this up to Blair too and been like, "Hey Blair, don't you think we should be like looking around a bit more before we go?"
Yeah, Blair would
Before we
definitely
go
be
to
on
the
board
ship.
for that. She'd be like, yeah, let's go.
Okay.
All right, let's follow Blair.
They were the
So
reason
you-
we went here in the first place. So.
So 2 insights, is that right?
Yeah, but not yet though. We got to
Oh,
roll
okay.
ours first.
All right. So
Got it. Okay, don't
yeah,
touch.
Blair's leading. The other 3 roll insight plus insight. Difficulty class of 10.
Just barely made it.
wow.
I got 2 2s. It wasn't
It's
a fumble.
almost. It's almost a 10.
I got a 7.
7. Okay,
I
so we
guess I
have
could spend
1
3
success.
Fabula points so I can get to the 10 though.
So,
I have 4 of them.
Blair, your difficulty class for this check is going to be a 13. You have a +1 on your roll.
So I roll 2
Ah.
d10s with the plus
Yep.
1.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you got this. You got this.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh no.
That's a 9.
Okay.
Oh.
All right.
Feels bad.
So you do some looking around and attempt to determine this building's purpose, and the only thing you can come up with is that it's a defensive structure. You know, this thing was made to shoot down airships, and it sunk an airship.
Uh,
Good
so I
job,
look
Libby.
to my party and I'm just like, yeah, this seems to be some sort of like structure for defense. Yeah, I don't really know what else is
It
here.
was a structure for defense.
Yeah,
Levine
and it-
writes this down in her notebook. She's got a little black notebook.
And it's successful at shooting down airships, as we're all quite aware of.
Yes.
Wait, I'm
Good
sorry. Did you just
Good
say
job.
Levine's writing stuff down in a notebook?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got a little
You're
notebook.
instantly your friend.
Oh boy.
Levine's got to keep track of stuff somehow.
Yeah, he's like kind of peeking over your shoulders, like, oh yeah. Well, what do you
Wait, I
writing?
wrote this in the hit list. Oh, whoops! I gotta put that away. Let's get the other notebook.
Oh,
Whoa.
takes a step back.
She has multiple notebooks.
Okay.
That's honestly funny.
Anything else in this scene?
I can't think of anything besides trying to inspect the building, and that didn't work very well. So.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's not your fault.
No. Hey, that's
Bad
how
dice.
that's how the dice
But yeah.
roll.
For real, that's how it happens sometimes. And who
Yeah.
knows? Maybe we'll find some fun stuff out later and be like, oh, that's what that building was for.
All right.
And to be honest, I'm a little worn out. Could use a bit of a nap, so I don't mind if we go back and
Yeah,
try to make our way back home. We can always
Levine
come back
wants-
later.
that's
Levine
true
wants a
too.
bowl of cubed sugar or sugar cubes and chicken leg.
Chicken broth, or chicken fat. What was it?
Yeah, chicken fat. You got a little bit of chicken skin and collagen, and you,
All right.
which
So-
is somewhat based on me IRL. So there's that.
It is actually.
Do you really do that?
I add oil to my coffee, but
Oh, okay. That's.
I also eat
different.
chicken skin.
I mean, that's also fine. As long as it's cooked.
It is, but he just will straight up eat so much chicken skin.
Yeah, no, I get that. From a roasted chicken, delicious.
It doesn't
Alright, sorry,
necessarily
Science.
roasted. You can
No,
roast
you're
it.
good.
Oh, boiled? Oh, get out of here, Jess.
A hungry
So
boy.
it sounds like the group is looking to rest. Are you planning on resting here, or what's your next move?
Levine would say we probably want to head back to the ship where it's more defensible. We're all completely worn out, so I think and we don't know if there's any counterplay going on right now. It doesn't feel safe to rest here, but it also depends how
Yeah.
long it would take to get out.
I look through my my pouch of goodies. I'm like, yeah. Unfortunately, it seems like my supplies are running a little low too. So if we can run back into our merchant friend, that might be nice.
And you do recall that you sent Olivia back to the airship.
Back to the ship, yeah.
So it's probably about an hour's walk. It didn't take you too long to get to this particular temple, to get back to the crash site. Are we heading back to the airship then?
I think that's a good
So,
plan.
because especially if we can, some of the parts we bring back can help fix it, right?
Okay.
Well, yeah. I don't know if we need to use the parts to fix it, then we will. Otherwise, I'll hoard them.
Also, probably good to let them know anything that's been happening down here. So
Sorry, I gotta look up real quick. Try something.
No.
Alright. I haven't gotten to roll any.
Roll them. Roll
Okay.
them bones.
Keep rolling,
Okay.
rolling, rolling.
Your trip back to the airship is uneventful. You retrace your steps and do not encounter any particular dangers. No one seems to be following you, and the Elonian army seems to have been in full retreat. You did not encounter any other monsters or anything else, and you arrive back at the crash site. And, okay, so new scene. You are back at the airship, but something's not quite right here. It seems like there's no active fires or anything, but you also don't really see any hustle and bustle, or you don't really see any people at the airship. What would you like to do?
That is not ideal.
Mhm.
That's
Check for
definitely not
any
ideal.
signs of an ambush or struggle in the immediate vicinity. It's
Okay.
Levine's first instinct.
Let's do. Anybody else want to assist with that?
Yes.
All right.
I feel. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. No.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I feel like Blair's kind of like dumb.
What?
Their instinct would be to call out, like anyone
Oh.
there.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I-
Hello.
You got the
Yeah.
highest insight. You're like the least dumb of all of
That's
us.
true.
It's just me being
But-
dumb.
But sometimes really insightful people are really stupid.
I think there's just like a lack of common sense right now. Like Blair's just gonna be
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
"Hello, anybody here?"
Like Levine has no idea what's happening, but she's not very insightful, so she's just like, she's just
All
it's
right.
like the opposite end of that, where she wants to be quiet.
I
because
think
she
in this
doesn't know what's
particular
going on.
instance, Cassandra's gonna take some charge as like a former captain, and sort of like assert a little bit of authority and be like, kind of like, as Blair starts to call out, maybe like reach over and shush them and like hold out a hand,
Oh,
Be like-
okay.
yeah, kind of thing. So you're just like, so we all just kind of can pause and be like, and I'm gonna say, like, there's obviously something wrong here. We sent the merchant back, and we didn't see her on the way back here, so she hopefully made it here, and now everyone's gone.
All right.
Like, oh, go ahead.
Or it seems to be everyone's gone. So I think we need to very quietly go about this.
So
Just
let's,
in
So
Let's
let's hope that
start-
other airship didn't abduct all of our people.
all right.
Oh, no.
So you saw the airship, the Elonian airship retreat direction did not intersect the crash site at all.
Okay.
So you're reasonably confident that that isn't the source of this particular problem. What I'd like to have happen now is let's have Blair do a willpower check to call out to see if anyone is there, and Cassandra do a willpower and might check. So you're going to be opposing each other, and whoever rolls higher on this check is going to determine whether that call actually escapes Blair's lungs or not.
That makes total sense.
12.
Let me get my dice real quick.
I love my dice tower. I'm sorry, I gotta gush randomly.
Oh, I got a 9.
So Blair, go ahead and tell us what you call out loudly to this
All right.
apparently deserted airship.
Okay, so Blair is not walking at this point. She is running in the direction of the airship because there's a sense of responsibility for forming this party, going against the king's wishes and everything. So It's immediately like, hello, is anybody there? Is everybody okay? Where is everybody? Like that kind of reaction.
Okay.
Edgar's a little
Cassandra just
surprised because
flailing behind her, trying to grab her collar, or trying to grab the
Lavine's
collar.
eyes go completely wide.
Okay.
Edgar was just too busy drawing in his he's already designing things to use the parts for in his book.
And I will say, because Blair's doing this, it's mainly stemming from my bad insight with discovering the purpose of the turret, like just being for defense. I'm just like, this is a streak of bad.
Oh.
Yeah, I this seems completely reasonable on Blair's part. They're gonna get
Yeah.
themselves killed, but seems completely
Oh,
reasonable.
rip.
So Blair, getting away from
We'll see
Cassandra a little bit. Cassandra, hey, shut up. Blair calls out to the airship crash landing area. Hello, is there anyone there? Hello, very loudly enough that there's a little bit of an echo even. And a moment passes. Another moment passes. And then you see from one of the cabin windows, a familiar head pops up. Hey! It's you guys! Olivia is at the airship wreckage. Says, hang on, I'll be right there. And she clambers down back out of the airship and out to you guys and says, what's the big deal? You told me that this was going to be our ride out of here, but when I got here, there wasn't anybody here.
Levine is holding her weapon completely
Holding
ready
on
for combat at this
defensive.
point. Like she was really
Do not
getting
trust
ready
this
to
person
pull
anymore.
a protect immediately for Blair as it was. So
Cassandra is full of doubt. Just does not trust Olivia in the slightest in this moment, and be like, "Oh yes, it was empty when you got here, sure."
Levine is a bit suspicious.
But I'm not
as
going
well,
to
but
I'm just going to be on guard, not necessarily do anything.
Cassandra,
about
it was empty when we got here. So
Our crash ship.
no,
thought
I
there was
mean us.
people.
We just got here and now
Oh.
it's empty. So it's very possible that they could have gotten here and it was already empty.
Valid, but there was people here when we left. We rescued this person very close to where our crash site was, sent them on their way back to our ship, and then we did some other stuff, and then we came back, and this person's in the ship and being like, "Hey, what's up?" And all of the people are gone.
Levine is
It's
while
just
this discussion
convenient, is all.
while this discussion going on, Levine is looking for anybody hiding, looking for any traps still, scouring.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
I will say, at the very least, like I said, Cassandra's not going to necessarily actively do anything about it. She's just got some doubt in her right now, is all.
gotcha.
Just immediately doubtful.
Cassandra
And-
presses F to doubt.
Yeah.
When
It's
Olivia
X to doubt, actually.
Oh,
I'm
comes
is it?
sorry.
out,
Actually, it's X to doubt and F
Oh my
for
God.
to pay
That
your
actually.
respects.
This box wasn't here before. Levine's gonna attack a random box.
oh
A
god.
box?
Oh,
Okay.
It's in the box.
Wrong with you.
Roll an attack against the box.
15 plus. I got a 16 on that box.
Why?
For accuracy.
what?
It deals
Confusion.
16 damage
I
with
feel
my.
like Levine needs a topper leash.
I got another 10 on that.
Okay.
Some damage to that crate, that random crate that I didn't see before.
Yeah, that you showed that crate who was boss, and if you guys thought that Blair was making a scene, calling out to people, the crash that box makes whenever Levine crashes a sword into it is a whole nother level of noise. A bunch of spare parts spill out, and but nothing out of the ordinary, nothing other than what you would expect for smashing a huge greatsword into a half sturdy box.
Lear.
Just gonna face palm and walk away.
Levine
The
feels better
admiration
now.
slowly
Actually,
becoming dismay.
it actually helped Levine a lot. Her nerves are settling down. She puts her sword back. Just kind of relaxes up a little. Had to get that out of her system.
I would think Blair would jump when the whole box destroying happened, just because, their focus was on Olivia coming out of the airship, and then all of a sudden, box smash, and it's just like, whoa.
I got a really
What-
good roll on that box.
But to Olivia's like, I guess like proclamation about, hey, you said people were here. Blair would be like, well, we did come with people on the ship. You didn't see anybody?
No, I didn't see anybody. I came here, it was totally deserted. But there's a ship here, but I don't know how to fly it. That wasn't part of the deal. I thought you guys had somebody that was going to be able to get us out of here.
Well, we did come back with parts to maybe fix it. Looks at Edgar's direction.
I don't think we damaged it this bad. We just need people.
I didn't mean to laugh.
Just people to fix it, yeah.
Edgar, go ahead and make an insight and dexterity check.
Oh, sure. Dex is good. Insight's okay. 10?
10. You
Yeah.
in examining the airship, you're able to see from the angle that you're at that it looks like some repairs have actually been made. This thing might be skyworthy at this point. You're not 100% sure, but it sure looks like somebody put in a good amount of time and effort putting this thing back together.
Yeah, so it looks like they've done the repairs. And for some reason, all vanished afterwards.
Can't just leave without them, though, can we? That seems
Is there a
messed up.
radio on board?
I think it would be bad for us to steal their ship and leave without them. Yeah, that
Yeah.
would be terrible. But we don't know if that other ship took them away or not.
Okay.
Levine wants to check. What's the merchant's name again?
Olivia.
Levine wants to check Olivia to make sure if she's bluffing or anything like that. She's very suspicious.
Make an insight plus willpower check.
I got a 10.
Second, I gotta roll for make something up. Okay. What'd you say you got?
10.
10. Okay, Olivia rolled a 7 against that. So you are reasonably certain that in your examination of Olivia, that her modus operandi is to make a sale, to take care of Olivia first and foremost, and that trying to sabotage her own way out of here, being all by herself, doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to you.
Clear.
Anyone else?
Levine is also making note in her notebook of the things that are clear on the ship right now. Crate, Olivia.
I think at this point, I'm just probably going to start moving towards the ship to start inspecting it and seeing if we can find any evidence of the people that were just there.
Find any signs of struggles.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly.
Yep.
So
Makes sense to me.
you all pretty much come to the same conclusion that Edgar has, that the ship looks skyworthy and repaired, there's just no people. Let's do a group check, insight plus willpower, to see if there's any sort of evidence that can be found as to what might have happened to the other folks. Who would like to lead this check?
What
And willpower.
I can do it if nobody wants to volunteer's tribute.
I mean, I
Thematically,
guess-
it does make sense for Blair to be, because if you are the most worried about pulling this crew together,
Yeah.
you'd be the most worried about finding them, perhaps.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
Blair's
Levine
going to
could,
feel a
but-
lot of survivor's guilt if they're all dead.
All right.
yes,
So
that's valid.
Cassandra, Edgar, and Levine roll insight plus willpower.
All right.
Difficulty
Cool.
class 10.
I got a
Only a
13.
Nice.
Feels like I've rolled a lot of 5s and 8s.
Got a 13. What else do we have?
7.
7. Okay.
And I got a 6.
Okay. Blair, roll insight plus willpower plus 1. Your difficulty class is a 10 for this as well.
Rolled an 11.
11.
Yay!
Okay.
Yay.
So it's curious. You see no signs of a struggle, but you do see fairly regular tracks made by boots that would have been worn by people who were on the airship. The thing is, the boot tracks are all facing the airship, coming in from the forest around you.
So we have to decide if we want to go looking for them right now, or do we just wait? I think
Uh,
I would. Levine would probably recommend something like we should try to wait here and recover and try to. Like, is there a radio on these ships or anything like that we can utilize?
Yeah, you would assume that the technology of this society is such that there's probably a radio on board.
Levine would ask Edgar. Edgar, do you think there's a way to try to contact them in that direction of the forest?
Well, I didn't really spend a whole lot of time in the upper decks, but we could take a look and see if there's any sort of technology in place. If they have some communication, well, I don't know. I guess radio. I guess we can just go. If they do have a radio in place, then I'm sure I can get it up and running.
So you folks search the ship, and Edgar, you find a what you think is a radio.
Oh, all right. Then yeah, maybe if they have somebody listening on the other end, we might be able to reach them.
Okay. What is your message in the radio? Seems you turn it on, it seems to be working.
All right. So I won't change whatever frequency was on in the event that they're there. So I guess I'll say breaker, this is wait, what was the name of the ship?
did we know the ship long?
Did we name the ship?
I think all I know is like the captain was Leon.
We didn't
That's all
have
I
a
remember.
name. I don't see
You can
where
name
my
it if
notes.
you want. That's up to you, since you're
Alright.
making the call right now.
I suppose. This is the Sky Dancer. Looking for the Sky Dancer crew. Hello.
Okay. Let's see. Go ahead and roll sight and willpower.
All right. 2d8s. It's not bad. It's not bad. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. 11.
11. Okay. You're pretty sure that you've used the radio correctly and that your message went out. And you listen for a long moment, and you hear some whispers on the radio. It's kind of built in almost to the white noise. It's very, very creepy. You're not getting a message from a person, but there's a lot of different voices in the white noise as you listen, but nothing that you can make out. It's definitely, it's not it's a language that you recognize, but it's just barely audible, and there's so many of them that you can't
Sirens.
tell the messages apart from each other.
Levine gasps, sirens.
Haunted?
Levine's worried there's like sirens out there.
I don't
Swooning
know.
the
It
crew.
just seems like maybe this place, whatever the source of this magic is interfering with the radio. It can sort of. I don't know if I'm just catching other conversations going on just very quietly, and we're just catching some of the signal, but all I can hear is some really strange whispers.
Well, with the weird whispers on top of the footprints coming to the ship, and because when Blair investigated earlier, they saw footprints that were coming to the ship, right? They didn't really see any that were leaving.
Right. They are facing the ship.
And teleportation's probably possible, right? If there's some kind of cloaking.
Did we have the compass on us? Could that
Yes.
interfere with the radio? Maybe it's Tristan's soul doing some weird shit.
Oh,
So,
that's true.
I'm
Actually,
just gonna ask out of character. For some reason, I thought Tristan's soul did not get captured in the compass. I thought we prevented that.
I wasn't sure. I thought it was in there.
I thought we prevented it from fully reviving Tristan was the idea.
That was my understanding as well.
Like he was
Okay.
in the compass already. The idea was to take a bunch of souls and then
No, he was in the Magitech armor.
Right.
Yeah.
He broke it. She tried to catch him, and I thought we prevented her from doing that because we got her at the same time, or we beat the clock at the same time.
So, my recollection of what happened was you fought and did damage to Desdemona. Desdemona merged with Tristan and essentially hid inside the armor. And so you were forced to defeat Tristan in order to get to Desdemona. And whenever Desdemona left the broken armor, she was able to capture the soul that was in the armor in the compass.
Slurp him up? Okay, all right.
yeah, my character sheet says compass with Tristan's soul in it. So
Okay, I might have just misunderstood.
Could you
oh yeah,
ask
that makes
Tristan?
it was kind of a confusing set of circumstances.
Ask Tristan if he knows what's going on.
I mean, can I
Cassandra.
communicate with Tristan and the compass?
Cassandra, you looking at the compass in your inventory, as you are right now, noticed something interesting. On the radio, there are periods of silence, and whenever it is silent, the compass needle, which you don't know if it functions as an actual compass or not, but it seems to be spinning the left counterclockwise over and 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 over again.
Okay.
And when you hear the whispers, it points in a specific direction. The needle locks. And go ahead and roll 2 insight die. Difficulty of 7.
Okay. Just 1 second. Nine.
9.
Mm-hmm.
So you notice that the needle snaps in a particular direction whenever the voices tend to build, and you see that the needle is pointing the same direction that the tracks are coming from outside the airship.
Okay. And is the radio portable? Is my next question. Is it like one of those like radios that you can like pick up and like bring with you, or is it like attached to the ship?
I don't know. Edgar is attached to the ship.
Sorry, I was trying to read some other rules. What's attached to the ship?
Is the radio integrated with the ship?
It would probably be like a separate thing that it's screwed on, so it doesn't slide around, but you could probably disassemble it pretty easily to bring it with us. But it probably uses the power source of the ship to power it.
Can I cast elemental weapon on the radio with bolt to make it have electricity?
Okay. Tell me what the rules for elemental weapon are, or I might be able to find them here.
No, I got it right here, actually. Hold on. It says choose a damage type: air, bolt, earth, fire, or ice. All damage dealt by the targeted weapon becomes of the chosen element until the end of the scene.
There's no roll or anything.
Yeah, there's no roll for it.
Okay. I want you to roll.
It does cost me 10 magic points, though, to do so.
Roll dexterity plus insight, because I believe this is supposed to be used on a weapon, and you're not sure if a radio counts as a weapon or not. So let's make a dexterity and insight roll and see what happens.
Anything can be a weapon. Okay, so I need.
That's not wrong.
Anything's detachable if you try hard enough.
That sounds horrifying. I got a 6 and a 9. So it's 15?
Okay. You are able to stabilize an arc of bolt energy that seems to allow the radio to operate separately from the airship. So, yep, you can take it with you.
Nice.
So Cassandra is kind of just blasting lightning at a radio Edgar is carrying as the sounds of it.
Olivia says, "What did you guys find out? What's going on? Do you know where they went?"
We have
Well, it
a
looks like
vague
we might have.
idea.
We have some idea, though.
What do you think? What do you think happened?
Ghosts.
Well, there isn't any footprints leaving. I'm going to assume
Vectors.
teleportation is a thing that exists in this world.
Evil spirits.
So,
Demons.
people came and teleported away with people. and we
Olivia
need to go find
says,
them.
"Oh, I've seen teleportation before, but it's usually a pretty complex ritual. It requires lots of ingredients and someone with a great deal of talent in order to do, and a great deal of energy. And I didn't see anything around here that would suggest that a teleportation took place."
Levine is going
Well,
to
there
the
is a
kitchen while
great deal of energy.
While this conversation is going on, Levine is going to grab a few snacks and a bunch of salt.
Olivia says, "You guys look pretty banged up. Are you sure you're
Absolutely.
ready? Maybe we should rest."
I agree. That's what I said.
Resting is when the ghosts get you,
That's
Levine
true.
says.
Maybe I
As she
should have
comes
waited
back,
fast on the radio.
Levine comes back with a bunch of like chicken under her arm, just random chicken she grabbed from like whatever, and she also has a bag of salt. Like we have to circle this around ourselves while we sleep, otherwise the spirits will get us.
That sounds terrible.
So instead
It's
of like a
just like
salt
eating
circle, you've made a chicken circle?
No, the
No,
chicken's mine.
also the chicken's for dinner. The salt is for the circle.
She's
Okay.
eating it along with. She's like threw a handful of sugar cubes in her mouth, and she's chewing a chicken leg, and she's got a big old bag of salt.
Just concern. So
Okay.
much concern. I guess resting isn't a bad idea. We can take like a short little rest before we head out, as long as the radio will maintain power.
You're reasonably certain that as long as you aren't actively using it constantly, that it should last for a good while.
Okay. Because I kind of figured we might need the radio to help sort of make the compass work to a point. I wasn't sure.
Or to just keep following the voices.
Yeah.
I also do agree we probably should rest, but Levine is going to, at least for herself, make a salt ring around herself where she rests.
Well, is there do we have I'll just ask jeez, why can I not remember names? Ophelia?
Olivia?
Damn, I was off. Way off. It's like, well, do you still have any supplies that we could purchase from you? If we can refresh some of our
Olivia
inventory,
says-
perhaps purchase a magic tent.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to help out. Yeah, we have magic tents, and I can recover your inventory points for you at a cost of, let's say, 5 zenith per point. And yeah, I carry tents as well. That's be perfect for a short rest.
How much are tents?
It's 5 inventory points.
Yeah, but the cost
Oh.
of it.
Well, there's no cost. It's just 5 inventory points.
Oh, right,
So
right.
you-
Yeah,
you-
you.
so
you
it'd be
have it
25.
permanently, Yeah.
25 to recover it. I'll buy a tent for. Do I have to use it right away, or can I use it anytime?
You can use it anytime. You
Yeah.
are considered to have a bottomless inventory, and you just spend the points when you need to.
Yeah, so we gotta remember that this, you don't buy potions, you don't buy elixirs, you don't buy tonic, you buy supplies,
Yeah.
and then you use up those supplies. So if you use 5 of them to do a tent, well, you use 5 of them to do a tent. Unfortunately, I gotta blow literally all of my cash
And the tent is
on
per-
refreshing.
I'll spend my money on Edgar.
Well, I have enough to get my inventory
I
points
have
filled.
I have 115, and you have.
But
Well,
then you could buy the
uh,
pet. You can buy the tent.
That's fair.
so-
I'll buy the tent then.
Something I want to know too with the tent, is that just per person the 25?
No, it's
zenith
the group.
has, or the 5
Okay.
inventory has that effect?
It says it's one use for the group.
Okay. So
Okay.
we'll keep that for later.
Sorry,
And-
I shouldn't say all these. Those are what it says in the book.
Well,
If Sinus has a
Yeah.
different plan, that's the different plan.
I don't
That's
know the
true,
rules
too.
out of the way, but the main reason I'm also wondering too is because I have 0 inventory points. So does that refill my inventory points, or is that something that I refill
No,
separately?
you have to buy them from.
Yep.
Okay. So
Um,
and
So I'm gonna edit my character.
Yeah,
sheet
I
and
would
then
say
that-
since you were at the airship has sufficient supplies that no one else is going to use for any reason here. So you can take a rest for free. Does not cost any inventory points, but to
Oh, sweet.
refresh them, you would have to buy them from Olivia. But your health and mind points will completely refresh from the ring.
okay, so I will refresh mine for 30 zenith then. And then also, yeah, make sure my hit points are maxed out.
Can I just put a tent in my backpack? Is basically the idea.
Yep, it's always
Okay.
there.
I mean, yeah,
Nice.
you could technically
Oh, can we
use it as
use
long
it
as you guys.
multiple times or just the one time?
Yeah, it's
If you have 5
don't
inventory
have
points, is
items.
when you use it.
No, yeah.
This game doesn't have specific items, so everybody has access to remedies. Everybody has access to elixirs. Everybody has access to.
Yeah.
Tonic.
That makes sense.
You effectively, everyone always has a 10.
All right,
Is the
so
idea.
from your rest, Cassandra is recovering from shaken. Levine's hit points are restored. Everybody's hit points and mind points are restored. All of Levine's inventory points have been restored. Anybody else? Inventory points from Olivia.
So after I bought the tent, I did restore my inventory points as well.
Okay.
You also wouldn't have to pay for the tent either, just so you know.
Right, because he said that we found enough
Well-
stuff on the ship to give us a rest anyway, so you don't have to buy the tent.
Oh, okay.
And by buy the tent, he means spend the inventory.
Spend the
points to
5
use it.
inventory
Yeah.
points.
Okay. Yeah.
You don't actually
No,
buy
I know about
tents.
the inventory point because I knew I had to like spend money to then buy back the inventory points was the
Right.
idea. So
Okay.
that
Do
I don't
we-
have, so that I didn't spend anything, I guess.
Do we regain inventory points at all from like resting too, or is that you
Nope.
just buy it?
You just buy it. It's not restored by resting.
Yeah. Okay. I would like to
think
get some inventory points back.
Um, yeah, that's fine. You guys just manage your own Zenith.
How much did it cost? I'm sorry, I just want
5
to make
per.
sure.
5
5
point-
per?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's cheap. Okay,
getting,
thank you.
Yeah, we're getting a good price from Olivia.
That's
You
really
are
nice.
her ride out of here, hopefully. That's what she's banking on.
Got it.
Alright. So you folks...
Also, should we like take turns watching the radio in case anyone messages back?
Sure.
Or like, is there anything we have to keep in mind with that? I guess is what I'm kind of wondering, because I feel like we should kind of have someone on watch, with the radio.
Yeah.
and-
So whoever's on watch can listen. But we'll just crank the volume, and if something comes in, then it'll wake us all up.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair.
It'd be like one of those like ghost finding, like
Yeah. What's the EMF readers or whatever?
So,
Novelist.
Spirit box?
Spirit box. Yeah, there you go.
Olivia says, after you relay the information that you have, oh, that's really interesting. That's really strange that the compass points whenever you hear the voices on the radio, is pointing into the forest over there. Is that right?
Seems to be.
Seems to be the case.
Levine thinks it's all just
Olivia
siren
says,
ghost voices she's avoiding.
well, I came into the crater from the other side, and honestly, I've heard tales of this forest. It's kind of scary. They call it the Forest of Lost Time, and it's there are not many people who have ever come back, and the ones that did were not very sane. They weren't the same. It's deeply troubling. I was told to steer clear of it in my travels if I could, and to give it a wide berth.
So, as Olivia is saying this, Cassandra is picking up whatever lengths of rope she can, because everybody's going to be tying themselves to each other if this place messes with time.
Don't mess up my salt ring, please.
Because I will say, like, just because when you were describing the scene earlier, I was like, either like it's some kind of weird time vortex portal thing, or it's like everyone's dead and it's ghosts. So it's like one or the other. So,
Well,
okay.
let's say you set up your rotating watch. Folks are listening to the radio. You're taking your rest. Everybody has gotten the inventory points that they need. Everybody takes turns resting, and we'll go ahead and take, let's say, a 10-minute or so break here. Okay.
But yeah.
Everybody back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I was just finishing my snack. I will say too,
Yeah.
for Levine with this situation, I don't know what's going on in real life, but with Levine too, she doesn't have anything to suss this out, so I think all she's gonna do is think ghosts for the longest time, regardless of whatever happens. It's like the only thing I think, yeah, it makes sense.
So I kind of want to get out of character here for a second and get some general idea of what you think has happened.
Ghost.
Okay.
Ghost
So
took
my
them and
general
possibly
theory
made them
was
into
like
ghosts or hid them into the ship.
So
Sorry,
like
go ahead.
perhaps everyone on the ship left and went into the forest thinking they could get supplies from there, and now they're stuck in a time loop, is what I've thought about to this point. But my initial theory was like some kind of alternate timeline had happened in some way because of the weird stuff happening with like the ritual.
Yeah,
And knowing
it is possible that with us messing around with the trigger, it may have affected the area in a different way. Since we found footsteps heading towards the ship, but then nothing leaving the ship. Edgar, and we did see that other, like, unless I misunderstood when you explained it, we did see that other airship that was in the area that was flying the flags of the enemy that then left, right?
Gone.
So that's why, like, Edgar, his theory is that they sent out like a party to go and ambush everybody, gather that everybody on the ship, and then pick them up. Like the other airship hovered above, and they just kidnapped them. That's the thing that makes the most logical sense. But he also understands that magic is the thing because he's a Magitech engineer. So he's also open to experimentation. Which
I will say
sounds
too-
dirtier than I thought. So I'm going to rewind the way I said that. Just to investigation.
theories.
I will say too with Levine, I feel like for her, because she's thinking ghosts or something weird like on that matter, she's checking the airship at points like up for like any locked doors or anything that might be a trap door or like a, because she's like trying to sniff out if like ghosts have created entire rooms like a TARDIS situation. So like that's the main thing. She's just looking at it straight from a very materialistic viewpoint, like what could be hiding on this ship as much as she can. So
An alternate, like a more like maybe like a temporal pocket or something.
ghost
Very Doctor
pocket
Who
is,
in a way.
I mean yeah TARDIS, I mean ghost, I mean I don't know.
All right. Well, let's jump back into the game then, and I'm gonna go ahead and say that the previous scene, with you folks resting, I'm going to start a new game master. And the game master scene is this. There's, as you folks are walking away down into the crater, Captain Leon and his crew are working on the airship. Leon and his engineers are barking out orders to everyone and assessing the damage, and it seems that some supplies from the forest are going to be needed. Some wood is going in order to finish repairs, and so lots of it's all hands on deck trying to get this thing repaired, because who knows when the Elonians might attack or something worse. So everybody is working on this. Everybody goes out into the forest and begins to chop some wood and bring it back, and they get the airship all repaired and everything. And there's this very large explosion, and all kind of look towards the crater, and they see a little, in the very distance, a little bit of a purple energy discharge in the general vicinity of of a large temple down in the crater, and suddenly all of the energy around the crater seems to change and seems to sort of leach out the forest, and the crew all at once start hearing calling them towards the forest. And all of the crew, including Leon and everyone else, begin walking backwards away from the airship into the forest, backwards, almost without a will of their own. Backwards, backwards, another step, until the trees close around them. That's the end of that scene. And you catch, well, there's one more glimpse. In the forest are eyes, glowing eyes, and a very, very, very large tree organism seems to reach out and snatch Captain Leon. That's where we'll bring it back to your camp.
And our characters know none of this stuff to happen, just we
No.
as players do.
No.
Okay, yes. Well, it is fun that Mal and I were pretty close, like if you combine our theories.
So there's no extra trapdoors in the ship.
No, nothing like that.
I mean, I will say after we rest up and kind of wait for them to possibly return, if we don't, obviously after some time has passed and we still don't see them, it seems like we might just need to go out to the forest anyways, And that's Levine's thinking, like after waiting a while, like we're just good to wait to see if they come, but at that point we probably need to check where those footprints came from.
Yeah, absolutely. I think following the radio or the compass direction might be our best bet.
Folks listen to the radio and get the same kind of pattern, although as you get closer to the forest, the whispers become louder, and the compass needle follows all of the footsteps, and you get to the edge of the forest, and something happens. You can't seem to go any further. You attempt to walk into the forest, and there's some sort of barrier. You can't put your finger on it, preventing you from moving forwards.
When we're struggling at the edge of the forest, I'm gonna pull out my. I would definitely assume that I've got a pocket watch.
Mm-hmm.
I'll open it and I will look at it and I will see if it's affected in any way.
Currently,
see.
it does not appear to be affected in any.
Levine is going to hit the barrier.
Does anybody else have a
we-
stopwatch or a stopwatch, a pocket watch?
I assume Cassandra would have one too as a ship
I-
captain.
I would assume Blair has one as well, just from passed down from the king, but
Okay.
would never pull it out in front of you guys because it has the
Alright.
seal on it.
Right. Just
So
like, no,
just-
I have one.
Just real quick
I got an
before you
11
start
attack,
attacking
by the
stuff.
way. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Right, just real
Go
quick.
ahead, yeah.
just real quick. I probably would have tried to synchronize our stopwatches or our
Mhm.
damn it pocket watches.
Levine doesn't have one of those.
And I'll leave mine outside of the forest. Like when we're approaching the edge and then we're starting to struggle, then I will take mine off and I will put it on a rock, and then it'll be there. It's just to see if we gain time or lose time when we're in there.
All right. You do that. All of your watches are synced up, or at least yours and Cassandra's are. I don't know if Blair is being a little secretive about theirs.
Yeah, no, Blair doesn't pull it out. Just like, oh, let me see.
Like, oh, that's
Yeah,
the royal
it's-
family crest on in there. That's pretty
I don't know
interesting.
what you're talking about.
She syncs it up as far away from eyesight as possible.
Yeah, exactly.
Tries to hide it so much that we think she stole her. That
Yeah.
they stole their watch
Levine
from someone.
pulls out a sundial from her pouch, a small
Oh my
sundial.
Is there salt on that too?
Classic Levine.
Oh, and she's like, good
Ridiculous.
idea. And she takes
Oh
the
my
bag
God.
of salt
No.
and just kind of pours it on it and rubs it in real good, thinking it's gonna
There you
help.
go.
Get the sweat in there too.
All right.
Um,
So you were
can
trying to
I
hit that barrier?
investigate the
Yeah.
footprints?
Sorry, what was the question about the footprints?
Can I investigate them a
Sure.
little bit more to like try to see the fact that they were made to walk backwards? I know I'm not supposed to know, but
Sure. Roll insight and insight.
so I feel like I would still stare at it really quick for a really long time and be like, why can we not walk into this place when
Is-
these people were able to walk out?
Is Olivia also with us, or did they just like nope off and we're like, yeah, you guys aren't really reliable, I'm out? Like, are
Oh, well, I would
They
assume that
stayed at the
Olivia
ship.
stayed at the ship. I probably wouldn't want her to come. I mean, I would love for her to come with us because that would give us unlimited inventory points.
we
Right.
also need a
but-
red shirt though. Not us.
No, I don't want her to be our red shirt.
Levine made sure to make Olivia her own salt circle that if anything happens, hide in here.
Okay, what would be the difficult? I rolled a 7.
7. So you can tell that the footsteps you into the forest, but they are still facing outward from it. And your only conclusion is that someone must have made these somehow. So someone was able to somehow pass this barrier in a way that you haven't completely ascertained yet. Levine takes a swing at the barrier, and it's not a barrier as such. It's your sword passes right through it, and you feel a kind of pull towards it, but can't get into the forest.
Hmm. Edgar will
going
try
to-
to
Could I
just
just-
toss a
could I just
rock in
rip-
there.
Yeah, I'll let him do that first before I try to actually just rip a hole in the barrier.
Sorry, what are you trying to do?
I was just tossing a pebble, just
Pebble?
to see if that would just be unobstructed as well.
You toss a pebble towards the forest, and it goes in.
Okay. Seems like inanimate matter seems to be able to go in through just fine. And he writes it down on his book.
What if we cover ourselves in leaves and try to run through?
Levine is covered with armor, so she's just gonna cover up her face with her helmet and start trying to rip it open.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Levine attempts to do exactly that, and Levine's armor seems to be able to go a certain distance. You notice that where it's thicker, you can get in a little bit further or get more of your armor in, but organic matter seems to be stopped at the same point.
What if we put you someone into a burlap sack and then I push them through?
Oh my god.
I
Just
feel like you
keep
might
shoving.
encounter the same
I
issues.
feel like you might murder somebody in a burlap.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I got this empty salt sack for
Edgar?
Um,
You said that
Yeah.
you're leaving your pocket watch on a rock.
Yeah, like if there's like a bit of a boulder or something that I can, or a stump that I can reach. Just somewhere that I can see it when we come back out.
Okay. All right. So you guys sync up your watches, and as you turn around to put your watch on a nearby boulder that was slightly behind you while you were facing the forest, you feel an intense wave of red wash over you as the whispers get very, very loud. And you feel a great deal of force pull on you, and you drop your pocket watch. The voices say, and you can't seem to control your body. You can't seem to escape this, and you are being pulled backwards in towards the forest. Backwards.
Vena's gonna
Backwards.
grab him by the collar.
Okay.
She
Am I
sees
able
that
to
he's-
communicate at the time, or?
Yep, you have
okay.
full control over your brain faculties, but you are walking backwards and you can't help it.
So there's there's a part of Edgar that's like, let's see where this goes. So at first he's not gonna fight it too much, until he sees if he can cross that threshold that they couldn't cross anymore.
Okay.
Unless Levine stops him, obviously.
I mean, Levine's gonna grab.
But he's not
onto
gonna
his
say
arm
anything.
when he like. I guess it's if she notices that he's like, because I would imagine he would feel distraught, but maybe not.
Well,
roll-
I don't know. He's pretty easygoing for things like that. So he's all about
Okay,
learning,
she-
right? So
She might not do anything if she just sees him walking backwards. She's probably gonna look at him, but not be. Because my first instinct is that Edgar is gonna have like a look of terror on his face, so she's immediately going to.
Yeah, if you're
But
not
if he's,
panicking,
like,
we're
calm
not gonna
with
think
it-
anything of it. We're gonna be like,
Yeah.
oh,
No.
he's just walking backwards.
he's
Trying
just
something new.
he looks like he's thinking, but he doesn't seem scared yet until he tries to fight it and then realizes that he might not be able to. But that's not going to happen until he crosses that threshold.
So,
Um,
Levine, roll insight and insight, please. Difficulty class of,
yes.
let's say,
Ooh.
7 or 10 for 2.
I got a 9.
9.
That's not bad. It's not bad for me.
Alright, so you didn't notice that Edgar dropped his pocket watch, but you do notice that Edgar is walking backwards, which is kind of weird. Why walk backwards? Okay. Anybody else? Anything at the moment?
Did you say the whispers are heard by everybody or just Edgar?
Just Edgar.
and did it come through the radio, or okay, it was just in my brain?
You
Okay.
heard the actual whispers when you
Oh.
turned around in your
Okay.
own ears. Everything
Well-
else is pretty normal at the moment. It seems to sync up
Okay.
with the radio, but yeah.
So I was gonna ask if Cassandra, because I was thinking that she would maybe line her feet up with the footprints and
Okay.
maybe start trying to walk
Yeah.
forward to and like see if the compass points her in a different direction. Was my initial plan, and then Edgar started getting drawn by the whispers, and so I
Yeah.
think that is what Cassandra's actively doing, while Edgar's also maybe trying to mess around after sinking the pocket watches.
Alright. So Cassandra is looking at the compass. It's pointing towards the forest, and Cassandra decides to turn around and place her foot in the footprints leading away from the forest, and the compass is still pointing backwards towards the forest behind Cassandra. And Cassandra goes to take one step and puts it and isn't able to put it the whole way to the ground. Cassandra hears. And begins walking backward, backward, backward.
And Cassandra will say something, unlike Edgar.
Okay, what does Cassandra say?
Cassandra's gonna say, like, this is, I'm not doing this.
I know, isn't it
Something's
interesting?
happening.
What?
It is
Wait.
interesting, but I don't love that it's happening.
I feel like Levine
Like,
might
it's
at that point
creepy.
try to grab each of them by the arm because she doesn't know what's
But I-
happening, but she's feeling like they're getting what's the word? Possessed by ghosts right now. So she is going to
Okay.
Right, but maybe that's the key to crossing that threshold.
Yeah,
That's
that's
why.
it.
That's why I'm kind of riding it out until I cross that, and then I would
Don't let
start.
the demons take you, Edgar. You're too young.
I figured it'd be. Because I figured. It's that Cassandra's probably realizing this is how they were able to get through the threshold, but at the same time, she doesn't love that she's being controlled by some kind of weird, creepy voices.
All right.
Levine's
So
going to kill the barrier with a shadow strike.
okay. Go ahead.
I think-
You're going to use Shadow Strike against the barrier.
But it's not a physical barrier, though. It's just an area that
Exactly.
we can't cross.
Exactly. That's why you can't use a normal attack on it.
Okay.
It's like Pokemon. What do I roll for this again? Might die. All right, so I roll my might die and lose any HP equal to that. 7. Nice. That's a hefty boy damage. So it puts me at 64 now. Oh, and I have to roll that. I do have to roll the attack too. I just realized, but
Sorry, 1 sec. Go ahead and roll your attack.
Can't wait until you're exploded.
Costs you 5
Okay.
hit points to do this.
oh, it's 5.
That's what it
Isn't
says
the
on my sheet.
My Shadow Strike thing says your current. You may use an action to perform a Shadow Strike. Roll your current might die and lose an amount of hit points equal to the might die, the number rolled on.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Uh,
Cool.
Yeah, that's why it's a little bit different than the
okay.
vanilla thing. And
All right.
then
What'd you
that
roll?
gets. This, I rolled a. What did I say? It was a 7. Yeah, I took 7 damage, and my attack die was a 9. So it's my might die plus 1. With my skill level in that, so it's. But this is for the accuracy still. That's right. I got a 10 for the attack itself.
Okay. You attempt to attack the barrier. You nothing. Hurt yourself attempting to attack the barrier, but it has no effect on
Not
the
even
barrier.
weak to dark.
And since you let go of us, we've definitely been pulled through the barrier.
Yep.
Yep. Edgar and Cassandra take another step, and walk backwards right past Levine into the
Oh.
barrier.
So that's definitely a lot of that theme of guilt that's really coming in right now, where
Oh,
she
wait a
feels like
second.
she is just
Did
let them
everybody
die.
actually tie ourselves together with their ropes like I was?
Oh yeah, that's right. We
planning
were
on
tied.
doing?
Yeah,
We were
kind of
tied
curious.
together.
Did we actually do that? Are we gonna just?
Well, yeah,
No,
you
we
said
definitely would've
to,
done
so we
that. Yeah,
probably
yeah.
would have. Yeah.
So there, you guys are
Oh.
coming with us.
I
Oh,
was gonna make.
Well,
Wait.
not necessarily. If they're moving forward, they might just bump into it and prevent
That's
us from
fair.
going back.
Blair holds onto Levine from behind, like I don't want to go in there.
Okay, so. So what order are we tied up to then? Is it Blair to Cassandra to Edgar to Levine maybe?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that
think Edgar
that
and
is.
I are in the middle, just because this
Yeah,
would be
we'll-
more convenient.
Alright.
Okay, so the rope starts pulling, I guess.
Alright, so Blair is trying to resist getting pulled in, seeing what is happening. The rope goes taut around around everyone, right? So what you have is like a V shape, where a V with a flat bottom, essentially. And the bottom of that V is Cassandra and Edgar walking backwards in the forest. Where is the rope tied to all of you?
I assume
My
around,
waist for her.
around our waists, right?
I tied her around my waist, yeah, so my hands would be more free.
I guess I would tie it around my waist too.
Edgar?
Might be.
Yeah, it sounds about right. Trying to look at my pictures, see if there's anything I can hook it onto on my belt.
I was
but-
halfway gonna suggest with the ropes thing too, but I forgot to, is that I would do it in pairs. So that when we do like
Oh.
so that we could do like
Yeah. Oops.
but that we also kind of forgot about that by the time we got back, so.
Yeah.
But anyways, this is still fine. It works like this, so.
Alright.
Is this fine?
Alright, so
Yeah, it's
Blair is attempting now to resist being pulled in. Roll a might and dexterity die, please.
What?
Levine also wants to start pulling in a moment. But I'll
Okay,
let you
so
go first.
2d8s.
We're gonna go on an adventure.
Oh
I've heard.
gosh, what is this? An 8?
It
Oh
should
no!
it should be a D6 and a D8.
Oh, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Let me do that again. Ugh. Oh, that's even worse. 5, here we go, baby!
Okay. You try to dig your heels in for purchase, but there's nothing. You just can't get your heels in. The grass is too slippery, and you get pulled in and feel your hips and your pelvis and your lower stomach reach the barrier, and the rope starts to constrict around your
Oh.
waist.
Ah, this hurts! Rope burn!
You take
And turn around.
6 points of
Just-
damage.
Right. Can we see them?
Yeah, you can
Well,
see
I
them.
think
You
we're
can
tied on
still
a
talk
rope.
to them. You're
I
just
hope so.
I
walking
was
think at that
wondering if we
point-
can actually see each other through the barriers and stuff.
Yep.
If that's like okay.
Yep.
So we'll just
I
start
think at that
shouting, just
point-
turn around.
We gotta stop you. We gotta stop using the word barrier.
Oh yeah, force field?
Dome.
Wait, what? But I was gonna say, I think
Um,
at that point, Levine is going to take Blair's dagger and cut her free from her rope because that
Oh.
looks not good for her. Like,
Yeah, this hurts.
Levine, you are also being pulled against the barrier now, and so you need to maneuver your way over towards Blair, and that's going to take strength working against this force keeping you out. And you're also going to need some dexterity to make that cut. So roll a dexterity and might die. Difficulty class 13.
ooh. I also will say I did add a bond with Blair and her stuff here, so I may call that here in a moment. I got it anyways. I got a 13.
13? Okay.
Yep.
You go over and reach out and use the knife to sever the rope from Blair's waist. Blair is now free. You are still being pulled into the barrier, however, and you take 7 points of damage.
Nice.
Oh god.
I think. Can I pull back on them? Does that use?
You can
seem
try.
Like, well, I guess. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
full heave.
Roll
I guess is that
roll dexterity and might.
okay? Oh, that's only an 8.
8. Okay, you pull and pull and pull on the rope, attempting to pull back. Edgar and Cassandra, you're still tied and feel this force as well. You both take 8 damage.
All right, I think you know what, Levine is gonna turn around,
Levine turns around. You hear
and I'm
the
gonna say
voices.
That's a lot of damage.
to Blair, like, go tell
Huh?
Olivia, walk
Okay.
backwards.
Wait.
Do not turn around. Walk backwards.
You want me to walk backwards to the airship?
Yes.
You know-
And
Oh,
she's going-
okay.
What's Olivia gonna do?
Actually, maybe I
I
should cut
start-
myself free.
Yeah,
would
I
make more
start
sense.
walking backwards, question mark?
I
Yep.
guess.
You turn back towards the airship, and you are struck by the same
Oh.
ball
Well,
as
that's
everyone else.
why he was telling them to walk backwards so they don't face face their back to the forest.
Oh, is Blair walking backwards, still
Yeah.
facing the forest?
Yes.
Okay, then nope. Keep going. You're good.
I pull out my harp because in these types of situations I get stressed, so I'm playing the harp as I walk away, like, oh. I don't know what
As
to do.
as they're moving away, I'm like, we're looking for the missing people, and the footprints lead into the forest.
Right.
This is where we're
I
going.
I give Blair some thumbs up as I do my moonwalk.
Blair, you,
Uh-huh.
Cassandra, and Edgar walk deeper.
Oh.
The trees seem to close around them.
Oh my gosh.
No longer have sight of them.
My eyes are wide. I have internal guilt and panic. I'm freaking out. I call out to Levine. I'm like, the trees ate them! The trees ate them!
Trees don't eat people. People
Well,
eat people.
Look, the trees are there! What? How do you explain that? And Blair is pointing frantically at it while strumming this harp, like
Don't
freaking
forget to
out.
get the salt.
What?
Get the salt.
All right. At this point, Olivia hears Blair screaming and playing the harp and decides to sprint out to Blair's location. So Olivia comes to Blair. What's going on? What happened? Where is everyone?
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Okay, there's Whisper. Oh wait, I don't know this. The Edgar and Cassandra just started walking into the trees backwards. And I don't know what's happening, but I feel like I have to walk backwards because Levine told me to, and the trees just ate them. I don't know what's happening.
The trees ate them?
Well, they did something. The trees came in front of them, and I can't see them now as we were walking backwards towards you to let you know what's happening.
Can I
Olivia
just
says,
can I just call a timeout real quick?
Yeah.
So I don't, unless I'm also again misunderstood, Sinus. The trees didn't literally move, right? We just moved deeper into the forest.
Yeah, it's more like an illusion, right? The branches are getting thicker,
The panic
and
of
it's
Blair.
getting harder and harder to see them.
I would say emotionally distressed Blair will exaggerate a little bit here.
No, it probably does feel like that to Blair, because with everything else going on that's supernatural, like trees eating people seems reasonable.
Yeah.
Also, ghosts.
Blair?
Ghosts are completely reasonable.
Yes.
Roll 2 willpower die.
Oh. Alright. And they're 2d8s, right? Just to make sure I'm not reading this right. Wrong. Okay. 13. Ooh. Yeah.
Olivia hears your words and hears that the trees ate people, and Olivia
Oh.
says, "Oh God, no way! I'm none of this. I am so out. You guys are on your own." Olivia turns to walk away.
Oh.
No.
Suddenly
Beautiful.
starts walking backwards. Olivia can't.
Oh
get away.
no.
Olivia's
I-
walking backwards. She is screaming at you. Blair, no! Don't let the
I
trees.
grab at
Don't let them
Blair's-
take me. Don't let them take
I
me.
grab Olivia's
Grab me.
hand.
You grab her hand.
Yeah, I'm grabbing for her hand to try to hold her with both hands. Like, I drop my harp, and I'm like, don't go in there! I'll walk backwards!
Okay. You walk backwards.
I'm telling her to do that.
She's already facing away from the forest and walking backwards into it.
Is there any way, like, I could try to, like, turn her? Like, twist her around?
You can certainly try.
I'm going to attempt to twist her around, to pivot her directions of backwards walking.
Roll dexterity and might.
Oh, God. Here we go, guys. Bad rolls incoming. I feel it. A 9! Ooh.
Okay.
That's better than I thought.
You attempt to wrestle Olivia away from the forest, but she continues to walk backwards.
I'm
And-
still holding on.
Yep, and as she approaches the barrier, you are twisting on her torso, and you start to hear, as you come up against the barrier, both her shoulders and her legs have passed over the barrier, pinning your arm against this force, and you start to hear wet snapping sounds of tendons in her body. Olivia screams in pain.
I let go.
No.
I let go. I
My
let go. I let
God.
go. I let go out of panic. Like, oh no. Like, I look horrified.
Yep. You also suffer
Hey,
5 points
how
of
hard is
damage.
Blair holding?
Wait, what was that?
You suffer 5 points of damage, and
Ouch.
Olivia is inconsolable. She is crying, she is in pain, and
There goes her
every
discount.
step hurts her, but she has no choice. She is walking backwards into. You are alone.
Oh, I am sobbing that I just did this, and I'm like clutching at my head in hysteria. Like, oh my god, Olivia!
Okay. What will you do?
And Levine's not here?
Nope. Just
What?
you.
Oh, that's not
Yeah.
a good feel.
What happened to Levine? You just kept walking towards the ship, I guess.
It was because I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure about tugging on the rope anymore or anything like that. It was either try to cut myself free, but at that point I wasn't sure if I could do that reasonably. So I kind of just went in because I was worried the damage it might be doing to you guys at that point, and I felt like it. Yeah.
I believe Blair would just be kind of like on her hands and knees, just like freaking out, like she doesn't know what to do.
You are now shaken.
Oh, yeah, that seems legit.
Okay. In the meantime, you can decide what to do next. Cassandra, Edgar, Levine, now Olivia too, are walking backwards.
So after a little bit, I would try to just see if I can just turn around and then keep walking towards where it's trying to take me to go.
Edgar and Cassandra, you try to do that, you can't. You walk backwards, but eventually the march stops for both of you at about the same time, because both of you were pretty close to each other, still attached by the rope.
Oh, looks like we're here.
Or did you cut us loose and then walk in?
So Blair is definitely loose. I'm not sure about Levine.
Yeah, I would have been hooked up at that point. I didn't really bother unhooking myself.
You two see Levine walking backwards.
And you said I see Olivia, right?
Yep.
Or do we see Olivia? Okay, and can I tell she's injured?
You don't see Olivia quite yet.
Okay.
You walk backwards, and you are now next to Edgar and Cassandra, and your legs are now at rest.
Can we move at all, turn, anything like that?
Sure. You turn around.
I'm gonna turn around.
You see this.
Great.
Oh.
Like I'm thing up, or is it like are we
at like a certain position there then?
We're in the middle.
Like at the
middle? Okay.
We're straight in the middle? Okay, alright.
Yep. And now Olivia comes through the forest. She is inconsolable, and eventually her body stops in the same place, and she crumbles to the ground. She is gravely injured.
Oh shit.
I immediately go to catch her.
Are we allowed to spend our inventory points to heal her?
Well, I can do something about it, but who's taking a beating right now?
Levine's just going straight to her to catch her at this point, but yeah.
Alright, so did Cassandra not get hurt from the whole tug of war?
They took a little.
Points of damage.
Both of you took 8 points of damage from Levine trying to keep you from going.
Yeah.
I took a bit of damage overall too from my shadow strike and that, but I'd imagine that I don't actually know what Olivia's hit points are in comparison though, so.
Well, I know, but it's like I can't imagine that she took like 40 points of damage from this.
She took a significant amount of damage. You know, she let's call it about 10 HP worth of damage, and she is weak right now.
All right, so I'm gonna grab, reach into my bag, and I'm gonna grab one of my remedies, and I'm going to pop it open, throw it up in the air, blast it, and it's gonna come sprinkling down on Cassandra, Edgar, and Olivia.
Cassandra,
Healing everybody for 25.
Okay. Does it still cost the same amount of IP to do that?
Yep.
All right.
It just it reduces the healing by 50%. But then I have 2 skill points in this now, so I can have it apply it to 3 targets. So it's net positive.
Yep. So Cassandra and Edgar are fully healed. Olivia seems better, but is still weak, shaken from the ordeal.
Wait, how much did I get healed for that?
You didn't get anything.
Oh, okay. Wait, you said Cassandra. First time I thought it was Cassandra. Yeah, that's fair.
I did. I said
Um,
Cassandra, Edgar, and
yeah,
Olivia.
I thought you. I thought you meant. I thought I was Cassandra. Is what I meant for some reason. I guess yeah. Levine's
Oops.
gonna ask Olivia, "Are you okay? What happened?"
Blair, she tried to stop me from going in, and she tried to twist me, and I got stuck, and it tore something in my back. I feel a lot better now, but I can't. She's hyperventilating. She can't seem to
alright,
form
just
any
take
more
a breath.
words.
All right, Levine is going to slowly kind of let Olivia rest. And she says, "I got a forest to kill." And she pulls out her big sword and she's gonna march to that tree and she's gonna kill that stupid tree, whatever those trees are.
I'm going
Oh,
to
hold up. Hold
straight up
on, Levine.
tackle Levine, if that's the case.
That is not the answer to everything.
I don't have salt.
Yeah, and you can chill for a second.
And sorry, Sinus, when you asked about whether it cost anything to use my ability, it cost the amount to use a remedy, which is 3.
Yeah,
But it didn't cost anything additional to that.
Right. Yeah, I was asking if Potion Rain cost like 1 extra IP to do or anything like that.
No.
Ah,
No.
cool.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so here you are in this clearing, and from this picture isn't perfect. It's AI generated and everything, but it has the general gist of what I was looking for. It's definitely a clearing, and there are trees spread out in a strangely uniform pattern around the outside in this little grove that you were in. And there is a large tree in the...
I think first thing Edgar would try to do after doing all the healing is see if he is capable of walking away.
Okay.
So now that he seems to have mobility back, he'll try to see if he can turn around and...
So you can turn any direction that you want right now. You can face any direction, you can walk any direction.
Okay. I mean, maybe... Like, if we're okay right now, maybe I should go and see if we can tell Blair that everything's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, see if you can walk all the way back. That's
Yeah.
fine. Because at worst, you'll
Alright,
just be walking backwards back to us. So.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I'm thinking, right? That's... And you see, like, Edgar, I don't know, he seems, I think, unfazed. His theme is hope, so he always kind of expects the best out of the result, and worst comes to worst, that he'll learn something out of it, which is exactly what happened. So he's gonna untie himself.
Okay.
And he's gonna start trying to walk towards where they just walked in from.
Okay.
Was that just to disconnect us all at that point? Cause
Yeah,
she
I'll
was
do
the-
that.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah, I guess
we're
once
already
just-
in here.
I do
I
think
guess I
it's
would have
fun
untethered when I wanted to kill the forest, so I was. that
because
makes sense.
Cassandra's theme is doubt, so she's now going to start circling that big tree and like inspecting it as closely as possible.
Levine is going to try to intimidate the tree, screaming at it to face her and all that stuff.
Okay.
Good choices.
Let's see. Levine, I'm not even gonna have you do a roll. It's a tree. Okay? It is not intimidated by you.
It's a gazebo.
It's a fancy gazebo.
Cassandra, make a double insight check.
I feel like Levine could intimidate a tree.
Don't think she can.
Poor Blair. That's another thing Levine is thinking, like, what's even going on with Blair now?
7?
7. Okay. Notice that that from this tree there are 2 roots sticking up out of the ground in an unnatural fashion. They are relatively close to each other, going sort of away from the tree out towards the outer ring of the circle of trees.
Okay.
Edgar, you try to walk towards the edge, back the way you came. Are you going to attempt to leave the outer circle of trees to go back through the forest?
Well, yes, I'm gonna keep walking forward as far as I can until I see Blair, and if I see them, then I will stop. But I'll see if I can go as far as I can, unless, but not outside of where we already were before, like where that threshold was stopping us from coming in initially. I don't want to cross that. I just want to.
Okay.
So I'm not going to try to leave the forest. My intention is just to get to the edge of the forest to be able to see Blair.
You walk out of this circle of trees, and for the sake of giving you bearings, let's say that you are walking southward out of this set of trees. You walk out and you walk for a little bit and feel like you should have hit the tree line by you should see Blair by now. But up ahead of you is a clearing
with a big tree in the middle.
Are you going forwards?
Well, I mean, if it's in front of me, then yes, I'll keep walking towards there.
Okay. You have found yourself back in the same clearing.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, you write
Roll,
it down in his book. He's like, oh.
Roll an insight and willpower check.
All right.
I think for a moment there, Levine was going to be looking out for Edgar after she calmed down a bit, wondering where he went, and then she sees him coming in from the other direction. Like, oh, okay, he's still here.
Yeah, am I just coming in from a complete separate side?
That's why you're rolling, is to figure out if you know how you got there.
So I only got an 8. If that's not enough, I'll spend a Fabula point.
Right.
I will invoke my. Oh, this is a trait to reroll a die. I can't see how I would invoke one of my traits to make that.
Aren't you all about
sense.
hope or something?
Well, yeah, but I can't see how hope would make me understand.
I mean, it's the hope of actually figuring out what's going on, right? Like, this is a very desperate situation.
No, that's fair. Yeah, I can use I'll say, I'll invoke my trait to reroll one of my dice because it's a 2. In order to have my hope for being able to find Blair and being able to get out of here, to hopefully fuel me to point me in the right direction.
Sounds good.
All right, so I'll spend that point.
Edgar's the smart one here. I mean, Cassandra's I'm the dumb one, is basically it.
11.
11. You seem to have come out the exact same place that you went in. You have no idea how you got turned around. You are reasonably certain that you were walking straight, but without the sun being visible to guide you, you're not 100% sure that you didn't turn yourself around. But nevertheless, you are back
Alright.
almost exactly where you started.
Well, I have an idea.
All right. And as you return, voices are a little bit clearer this time. One voice that kind of breaks through this really ancient, low voice. Travelers, read this lore as you traverse the forest of Yore. What you seek lies before. To the past must restore. Use caution to explore or remain here forevermore.
And was that all of us could hear that, or?
All of you can hear that. Let's check on Blair. How's Blair doing?
I think there's
Blair?
a GIF in the tabletop right to explain that.
Yeah, Blair is crying, shaking, and trying to kind of break out of her momentary, like, just outright fear.
Uh-huh.
And so she's gonna hesitantly, like, stand back up and, like, attempt to walk backwards again to reclaim her harp. And her mentality is, okay, the first thing I need to do is get myself together, feel better. I need to heal because I hurt myself on that. And she's gonna try to, like, take care of herself, but make her way back to the airship because she's hoping that she can find some tools or something to help her, or maybe even start the airship and fly it into it. She doesn't know. She's kind of in a panic mode, like, just, I need to go back that way. So she's gonna
Okay.
keep walking backwards like Levine told her to.
Okay. Roll dexterity and willpower.
Dex and willpower. Okay.
I do want to say too for Levine, I feel like she might be in a dazed state right now or something like that. Because she was like hoping that Blair could get Olivia and they could make a plan here, and then Olivia came back very injured. So she has a lot of guilt from that. So I feel like that would do some kind of status effect, that because she's not in her right mind right now. So
Rolled a 10.
Right.
Rolled a 10.
Yeah.
Okay. You are still shaken. However, you manage to walk backwards and recover your harp, and you are able to gain enough of your composure to make whatever decision you would like.
So my initial thoughts is Blair's gonna kind of try to, like, reevaluate the situation and, like, what she had heard from Edgar, Cassandra, and Levine, and the whole thing seemed to stem from the whispers. So she's, like, gonna go to the radio in the airship to see if she can hear what they're saying.
Did you guys bring
You
the
know-
radio with
the radio's definitely on Edgar's back.
Oh,
Yes.
you took the radio. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, we disassembled it and powered it with the
Okay,
Cassandra's lightning bolts there.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Levine
okay.
was hoping Olivia
And then we
would
were
have
using
help.
it in tandem with the compass as we were.
I'm gonna see if there's anything else on the ship that I could, like, maybe communicate, like a flare. Like, maybe there's a flare gun, like, she could, like, shoot to see if, like, there's a sign from in the forest. Like, maybe see if that'll go through.
Make sight and
Insight and insight. Okay. gotta roll it again. 7. Did you hear me?
Nope.
No.
Oh, sorry. 7?
7. You
Yeah.
find nothing of the sort. Don't even know where to
Oh.
look.
Oh my god.
Fly it straight in there, Blair.
There was some in a crate, but they got destroyed by somebody.
I'm gonna see if I can start up the airship then. I don't know.
Smells like coconut.
Let's see if I can get the boat to work, but I'm pretty sure it requires more than one me.
Okay. Roll
Oh.
roll dexterity and insight difficulty class 16.
Oh jeez.
Critical
Okay.
Success is possible.
I have to pass this or it's not gonna happen. I won't be flying. Alright, here we go. That is a 12.
A 12?
It's
Damn.
not bad.
Yeah.
It's still pretty good, but
Okay. You start pressing buttons. And it seems like there's something missing. You can get the ship's systems to power on, but there's no way to get it to move. You have you do notice that there is a keyhole, and you don't have a key.
Gosh darn it. I should have listened more to the king when it was to take lessons and everything. Darn it. Blair, just sort of is feeling utterly hopeless, and, it's just like, it's all my fault. All of them are in there because of me. I brought them to their doom. This is all my fault.
You suffer dazed.
Aw, hell yeah.
Let's go back into the forest. Cassandra, Edgar, and Levine. What are you up to?
I'm gonna pull out the compass and go over to Edgar and ask. Well, tell him that the roots over there are a little bit weird, and then be like, "Hey, do you want to go and see if we can do a little bit more of this investigating with
Okay.
the radio and the compass, and see if we can't hear more
Yeah.
voices or pick up a different signal, even?"
Absolutely. I was actually also thinking about maybe being able, if that compass seems to be, well, while we're investigating, is the compass like spinning around at all, or is it just always pointing towards
It is still
towards
spinning.
the tree?
Yes, it is. It
Okay.
is
Oh, now
spinning
it's-
erratically, and
Okay.
at this point, it's spinning even when you hear the voices. And
Okay.
no matter
'Cause we're
what,
close to the...
no matter where you are or what you're doing, the voices always seem to come from behind you.
Okay. So when the tree, you know how I was writing things in my notebook, when the tree was talking, you would have definitely written down, or well, I say the tree.
Mhm.
Whenever the voice was talking,
It's
I would have written down.
I got most of it. I didn't get like the first line. I know it ended with your, but I got the good chunk of the rest of it. So
Okay. I can
Maybe
read
it's
it
good.
for you again if you would
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
so I can
Or
write
like,
it down.
yeah, or paste it in chat or something. But yeah.
Oh, I have it
Uh-oh.
handwritten.
Oh well, there you go. Okay.
All right.
I tried to hear it, but I don't think I got it quite right. But it was something like that. I think.
Travelers, read this lore as you traverse the Forest of Yore. Forest of Yore is capitalized, and it's Y-O-R-E.
Well, yeah. I mean, we probably wouldn't be able to know that it's capitalized if we're just hearing the...
Okay.
I mean,
What-
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, but
Yeah. The tree's very articulate. You
I
can
guess
tell. You
the
can tell in
Forest
tree speak
of
when they
Yore.
capitalize words because of the inflection.
I love it.
What you seek lies before. To the past, you must restore. Use caution to explore or remain here forevermore.
So as Levine, she's kind of wondering if how we were walking backwards in that way, if we have to walk forward in the same exact fashion. Like we have to retrace those steps.
Well, I tried doing that, and I just ended up back here.
But were you trying to retrace your steps or just head that direction?
Well, I was trying to retrace our steps back to the front. I guess I was not necessarily stepping in my own footprints, but
That's the only thing I could think. Otherwise, we have to restore something to these trees that seems to be missing, but I don't know what that would be. Which I guess I could search if the trees are missing anything, like leaves or. Maybe I should do that.
Okay. Make a group double insight check. Blair cannot participate.
Well, Edgar's like Cassandra and I are both bad at that, so we can try to help.
I mean, I can definitely lead this.
I mean, I guess I could lead just for the heck of it for once, but I don't know if it's worth.
We can let Edgar do it. Well, it doesn't matter either way.
Yeah, I'll just help. Let me roll here. I got a 7.
That was an insight.
Double insight.
Double insight. All right.
All right. So Edgar's leading. Levine and Cassandra roll.
I got a 7.
I got a 7 also, yeah.
Okay. Edgar.
Nothing. All right. Huh. Oh god, I got a 5.
I'll spend a Fabula point to give him a point. You got a 5.
Yeah.
I can spend a Fabula point to give you a +1
Nope.
at the very least, but
Problem is, our
That's okay.
insight in this group isn't really good at all. A lot
Also,
of what we need is insight.
I mean, what insight is? I mean, I got D8s. It's pretty good. It's like the
Right?
second.
Yeah,
best.
but- yeah,
it's
but your
like the second
helpers
best
are-
we've got.
No, I know, but your helpers are D6, so there's like.
Right,
Yeah, I
that's-
know.
Yeah.
Okay. So
It's all good.
what exactly were you looking for, Edgar?
Well, it's a good question. I started leaving this because Jess mentioned something, but
Oh, I was gonna see about trying to find anything out of place. That was about it. Yeah.
Okay.
yeah. So I guess we're looking at the roots. You said there's 2 roots that are pointing in directions. I wonder if it's like A. Well, okay. Well, now things are starting to kind of add up to in my brain. So we'll maybe keep that separate. Or maybe you can tell me if I'm right. Exploring the tree in the middle, you said there's 2 roots. Is there a long one and a shorter one?
No. They're both
Okay, so
equidistant.
Okay, so they may not necessarily show time. I was like, maybe this is a giant clock, but maybe not. But maybe yes. So yeah, I guess I was trying to investigate the nature of those roots, because they must have some significance, or else they wouldn't be so prominent.
Okay. What do you do to the roots other than look at them?
Let's see. I don't know if I would. I don't think I want to damage them to like take a sample quite yet. So there's a part of me that probably would just look at where one of them is pointing.
Okay.
And
All right. So you can't
and
discern.
probably
You can't
yeah.
discern too much about the roots, other than these 2 are roughly the same. Not roughly, exactly the same distance away from the central, and they're relatively close together. Don't glean anything else other than that at this point.
I think for Levine, she might try see about climbing that tree.
Climbing that tree?
Yeah, I mean it seems like it's the center of everything. If there's no way to go in it, I think the
Roll
real thing is to go up.
dexterity and insight.
Dexterity and insight. Oh boy.
Your insight is reduced to a d6 currently.
It's actually it's always a d6 though.
Oh.
Oh, do I have
So
the actual
you
days
can
thing
never
on
go
too?
lower.
Should I? That's right. I was mentioning days. Days are shaking. I was thinking maybe enraged, but all right. Forgot. Yeah, it's the lowest I can go. Hey, I got a 6.
6.
Nice.
Okay. You climb the
You know
tree.
what? I don't know if I need to roll higher, but I want to kind of re-roll one because my guilt for what happened. I want to really get to the bottom of this because I feel like what happened to Olivia is why. Yeah.
You
So
have
I'm
a
gonna use one
bond to
Fabula.
Olivia.
Oh no, it's fair. Yeah, dang. I was gonna use one of my traits for that, but that's
Oh.
that doesn't let you
Yeah,
re-roll.
I guess you could use guilt as a trait for this. Reroll one of them.
Okay. Also, I think I heal when I do that too with Endowmental Spirit. Recover hit points, or recover from a single status effect, I guess. But
Okay. Do you want to recover from days then?
sure, yeah, let's do that. Why not?
It's
There,
okay. I'm
no
gonna
longer-
run to the bathroom quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, now I got a 9 with that. So
A 9 total.
yeah.
You scale the tree and take a look around, and you notice that the trees around the outside, going around the outside of this clearing, are evenly spaced and equidistant from the central tree.
Can I draw in my booklet to make note of the distances?
You try, but you drop the pad out of the tree and have to go back down to get it.
Could I like maybe grab it and then like toss it back up?
Okay, sure.
So I'm down
Let's
there
say
exploring
for the sake of time, yes, you do
Yeah.
that. Levine, you draw it and you don't think too much more of it.
Yeah, because I don't even know what Levine would even be looking for, let alone what I would be looking for.
Okay.
All right, she's gonna scale back down and relay the general orientation of trees
Oh,
as much as she can.
how many trees were you? Like, how many trees are you seeing with that?
All right, so
With that
Levine,
pattern.
Let's see. Edgar, roll double insight.
All right, don't fuck me, dice. Oh, sorry, stream.
That's fine.
Should I roll like a will or
11.
insight for good notes to help him out?
You can. You can give him a +1 if you get better than 10.
Well, I got a 7.
No bueno. What'd you roll, Edgar?
11.
11? Okay. Levine didn't really notice it when they wrote it down, but you see that there are exactly 12 trees.
All right, so I'm going back on my clock theory. Going back on the clock theory, this has to mean something. And once Cassandra is back from peeing behind the bushes, maybe we can check the time that they have. Like, see if their stopwatch or their pocket watch is still going.
Levine is also gonna pull out her watch that she totally didn't steal from the chef from the kitchen, and she's gonna look at that too. And I don't know what she's just looking at it. I
All
figure
right.
she should actually have not a son.
Sorry, I kind of missed both of those. Edgar, what were you doing again?
So basically, I'm just kind of waiting for Dragon to come back, but I would like to verify the time on her watch to see if time is still kind of advancing in this place, or at the very least, if the mechanics of the watch are still working as we're here, because I know it's not a proper measure, but there is because now I'm curious on how we want to be aligning ourselves for, because this I'm so very convinced that this is a clock, and now there's a part of me that's like, well, we got to do this. Like I don't know how anything about starting a clock for getting out of here, but
Okay. And Levine, what are you doing?
If I do actually have a watch, which I could also see Levine not even having a watch, but she would also take that out in response to Edgar's planning here. And I guess she would like try to, because I'm not
I
sure.
thought you had a sundial.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
you
mean,
did. You did
she
say you
wouldn't
had
have
a
had a.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say she wouldn't have had a watch before this moment. If anything, she would have had to get it from the ship or something. Which, yeah, that would not have been something she would have done so much herself. So.
I have a watch.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I don't really have a thing for Levine to do based on that information.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, she wouldn't get one unless someone gave it to her. So.
Edgar, knowing the mechanics of time, you keep track using your pulse while watching Cassandra's pocket watch, and you are convinced time is not advancing.
We are kind of stuck in a moment here.
The voice
So-
said we have to restore. What do we need to restore?
Yeah. So something you might have missed while you were
Okay.
away.
Yes.
Levine climbed up the tree, noticed that the trees on the outside of this clearing were kind of equidistant to each other, and noticed that there were 12 of them. So I'm back on my clock theory, with the
Okay.
two roots being kind of symbolic
Oh,
of the time.
hands. Yes.
Yes. So that's why initially I had asked, is there two, is there a short one, a long one for hours and minutes? But so you said the roots are close to each other, kind of both pointing in the same direction, maybe?
You now notice that the roots are actually in line with two trees that are adjacent to each other.
Okay. So it's a possibility that
I don't know. Can you
Like-
guys see my cursor on the Discord stream?
Mm-hmm.
oh,
Yeah.
let me excuse me, I'm dying. Yes.
So one root is about here.
Yeah.
Another root is about here,
Okay.
So it's like
per se.
250.
Now, again, this is just a rendition, but imagine these are 12 trees in a perfect circle.
Something like 215 or 310, something like that.
So
In our
There's-
terms, yes. I would say they are at 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay.
So I am curious if we venture out again in the forest, or maybe we walk around this clearing counterclockwise. Like, it feels like maybe this is how we can advance the time in this place.
We gotta push the roots.
Oh, okay. So
I
Blair-
don't know if we can. I don't know if we
I mean,
can literally
Blair.
push the roots. Try not to damage them, but
Yeah, Levine is going to try and push one of the roots forward in time, so to speak.
Which one?
we want to go backwards in time. We want
wanna go
we seek
backwards.
lies
Yeah.
before, so we
Yeah.
probably want to
Can-
go back in time.
I guess first I want to see which one can I tell might be in our hand.
They are both
Is there
an
anything-
equal
They're
distance.
both the size.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what I figured. She's gonna take the one at 1 and start kind of pulling and kind of move that bad boy.
Which way are you pushing or pulling it?
The one towards 12.
Okay.
So counterclockwise.
Counterclockwise,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay.
And do I roll
It.
anything for that?
No, you don't have to roll anything.
Okay.
You touch it, and there's definitely a reaction. hear voices, but this time, laughter. And eyes begin to look at you from all directions. Forest.
Uh-oh.
And, yeah, okay. So something very definitely happened. And
Okay, I say, do they see this at all too, or is it just me?
they all see it because it is all around you.
Okay, so I'm gonna take my hand off the root slowly.
Did,
Stand
did,
up.
did the root budge at all, or it just stayed in the same place?
It did budge, and it lit up where Levine touched it.
Okay.
Sort of like, you know, a natural kind of soft green glow. And now that Levine's hand has left for a certain period of time, that glow is slowly retreating, and now the root looks normal.
Are the eyes still there after it returns to normal?
Yes, the eyes are still there, but
Okay.
they're not laughing at you. Take a quick
I
break.
kind of want to,
Um,
beat him up.
Sure.
Blair, what are you up to?
I'm in the fetal position in the corner of the airship, freaking out and crying.
Okay. Well, in addition,
I'm gonna say
to your
is-
freak out and crying, you hear echoing, haunting laughter of some
Oh.
sort of evil creature coming from the direction of the forest. And you look out towards the forest, and very tiny orange creature emerging from the forest.
Orange?
Yep. That's all the more you can see at this point. Are you going to
Okay.
do anything in particular at this moment?
What does dazed and shaken do exactly to me? Like,
Minus
This
1
reduces
die
the die.
size for your insight and willpower, and lowering your insight has reduced magic defense by 2 as well.
okay. I would probably keep an eye out while kind of just huddling in a hidey spot, like just to make sure, like, I see what it's doing.
Nothing else?
No.
Alright, for now, let's go back into the forest. What is our team in the forest doing?
Veen is contemplating fighting the things out in the forest, but she's mostly just preparing in case they're getting ready to attack.
we could try the other route. And see if
They laugh when we touch it.
All right, she's
Yeah,
gonna slap
and
that
see
one
if-
too. I mean, she's gonna
Don't
touch
slap
that
it.
one too.
yeah, just
Okay.
just
She'll
try
do
to
it-
push it
Do
counterclockwise.
it kind of in the similar, speed as she took her hand off. Just kind of slowly.
Okay.
Put your hand on.
And see if the same thing happens.
You place your hand on the other route that is at 2 o'clock instead of 1 o'clock. And this time, there is no laughter, there's no change, but each of the 12 trees in a circle around you have a soft green glow about shoulder height of a normal human that appears in the center of each of those 12 trees.
Oh,
That's the crew.
I don't think it's the crew.
yeah. I
I
think
hope
I feel
not.
like we'd have more than 12 in our crews. So, well, I guess keep holding that, and I'll go. I'll go and inspect one of them.
She's gonna touch both at the same time.
Oh my goodness! Just one thing at a time.
Cross the white. No, she'll just do
Levine.
that. She'll just hold that
Experimentation.
one. No, she's just gonna hold that one.
Alright.
I don't disagree with your idea. Just one at a time, so I can write it
She's-
down.
She's gonna listen to Edgar.
Be patient.
I heard Mel say that. My first instinct was to not.
So what are we doing?
She's gonna keep her hand on the 2
Okay.
and wait for Mel to or
Yeah.
Edgar to investigate.
Yeah, Edgar's gonna go up to one of those glowing trees and see.
Which one?
Probably the one that's directly in front of this number 2.
Number 2? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, remind me exactly what you're doing.
So I'm walking from the root towards the number 2 tree. You said there's a glowing coming directly from it. So I'm gonna take caution. I'm not gonna run up to it right away, but I am gonna walk towards it slowly to try to see if we see something more defined from the glowing.
It looks to be approximately the same size as the area that Levine is touching on the root. You that there is a definite connection.
The same size as the area?
Yep.
They're
So,
touching on their-
the same. However much space Levine's hand takes up on that root is about the same size as the green glow that is on the other trees.
I see. I wonder if it's just all connected. It's like this is all one. This is one.
Oh, like one big tree? Like all the just shoots
Yeah.
and roots and stuff that have come up?
Okay, let's think about what we were told. Travelers heed this lore as you traverse the forest of yore, all with capital, the forest of yore. What you seek lies before. To the past you must restore. Use caution to explore, or remain forevermore.
Is there any way I can use my class as an elementalist to like sort of use like the earth elemental trait to, I don't know, maybe attune myself a little bit more with what's happening in the area? To see if I can't like get more of a sense of what how interconnected all these trees and stuff are.
So you are using elemental weapon again, or what specific?
I just wasn't, because like sometimes we can call upon certain things about our character sheets, so I wasn't sure if I can just like use the fact that I'm connected to elements in a way to like connect to the forest and some. If I can't, that's cool. I just wanted to ask.
If you can find a way to connect that to your theme or identity or origin or bonds or anything like that, I'm gonna let you have it. But you gotta come up with a plausible reason for why that should work. But if it's just the spell for the sake of the spell, then you can try and cast it on something, but you might not necessarily gain information from it.
Yeah, I will say, so Cassandra's kind of going through life sort of doubting and questioning a lot of the stuff around her anyways. So I do think with this forest kind of being a bit different maybe than what she's sort of used to for a forest, because obviously there's something different and special about this place that maybe she feels slightly more out of place as an elementalist, and she feels more sensitive perhaps, but that's about the best I got.
I was gonna say too, like it could even be related to Cassandra's training, how she learned those abilities in the first place. Even with
I suppose.
Desdemona, a cutscene, a flashback to that, but I don't want to suggest too much, but I feel like that's what I might think.
Oh
about.
yeah, I suppose like who trained you in the way of the elements, that kind of stuff. The thing is I think that Cassandra learned elemental magic mostly through military training. And maybe they sent them out to the forest once in a while to do like marches and like special training and stuff like that. But I don't necessarily think that she's like an elementalist in the sense of like she was born in the forest and lived there as a child kind of thing. So
Okay.
I will say is I guess if if nobody else, I don't know if everyone else is doing anything at the moment.
Otherwise, I will actively help anybody else because I don't know what else I could do as with my character at this point.
I mean, if
Yeah.
we could, if you want, you could try touching both roots,
Oh, yeah,
or
I
we
could
can
touch
all
the other
try
root.
it. We could all try
Oh,
touching
That's
the
true.
same root, or
Do you want me to do that then? Do you want me to touch the same root as Levine right now? Or do you want me to touch the other one?
well,
I'm going to look to Edgar for this one because...
so we've got something at 1 and at 2. So like if we walked through the gap between 1 and 12, that would be before. Right? Because if the two roots are representing a time,
Oh,
and
yes.
it's pointing at 1 and 12. If we walk through that gap, that may be considered going before.
That's really
right?
smart. That's smart, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
To the
So
past, you
tell
must
me what you folks
restore.
are doing.
What you seek lies before it.
Should I try touching both roots to see what happens, or while you guys do that?
Or
Cross the
I mean,
streams?
there's a yes, like there's part of these roots are part of the thing. So I think maybe what it lies when they say what you seek lies before, it could be it lies before you, which was the tree.
Right.
And the roots. So maybe that, I mean, that we're seeking this tree, but
It says to the past you must restore, though, so it does
yeah,
lean towards your theory of like we have to go to a certain time in the clock and walk in that direction and follow it.
yeah.
Do you want to experiment with touching the roots for a little bit though before we actually commit to that idea? Or
Yes. The touching that one other one kind of spooked me a bit. I'm not gonna lie.
same.
I mean, Levine is feeling like that's might be the problem, is that people being afraid of the first hour one is why they were stuck there and they did not want to return to that time. So she's kind of feeling like walk straight towards that direction. Headstrong.
You mean head straight to?
Yeah, because the one route that's on 1 has like the laughter and it's like evil sounding.
Right.
So it's not, to her it seems like follow that path to go what we need to restore, and it's like scaring you off, but the solution is there basically.
Yeah, so you want to walk into the forest?
Yep, that's what I could think, because I don't know what else to kind of consider with the past to restore and what we're trying to even restore at this point.
I
Yeah.
will say, Cassandra will go up and place my hand really close to where Levine's hand is on the rug.
Where the what
the number
is?
2 one.
Where Levine's hand is on the rug.
Okay. So you can
Just to see what
feel
happens.
the energy of this tree humming. It's different from the kind of soul magic that you encountered in the crater, but it's definitely some sort of force. This is more alive, right? And as you bring your hand closer, the glow on all of the trees, including the root that Levine's hand is on, begins to grow slightly.
So
it's just
I'm
got a
gonna
little
take.
bit more, which makes sense.
Wait.
I
That's to
expected
the
that
past.
happen.
I think my first instinct is to remove my hand from it, because that's not the one we want to grow. We want the past to grow, to restore, to regrow. So yeah, Levine is once Levine sees the stuff starting to grow, she's gonna pull her hand off of the root.
Okay. When you remove your hand from the root, the green glow on the root you were touching and on all the other trees goes away. Nothing else happens.
Completely.
Yep.
Oh.
Even with Cassandra's hand still on there?
Oh, if Cassandra's
hand's
hand
still
is still
there.
on it, then it's I imagine Cassandra's hand is slightly smaller, So there's still a soft green glow on all of them, just a little bit
Okay.
smaller.
Okay.
Hmm.
I do think someone should touch the other root just in case. If they laugh at us again, that's okay.
Levine feels like that's really the ticket, so she's gonna put her hand on the Laffy Boy while that's
I'm gonna
going
make
on.
sure. I'm gonna make sure to look at all the trees to see if any of them respond to
Okay.
that touch.
So Levine places their hand on the other root. The voices laugh louder.
Okay, so just laugh.
The Levine's hand is torched. Take 5 points of fire damage.
So definitely not that.
Nope.
Something about
Cassandra,
this
you
growth.
also take 5 points of fire damage.
Dang it.
The heck?
Oh, while you're touching the
Rude.
tree? It's just the
Oh, yeah,
tree
I
in
guess-
general.
Yeah. You
So I
both
guess I'm going to.
instinctively withdraw your hands,
Yeah.
and everything goes back to looking like normal trees again. Blair, you see
Yes.
another orange creature exit the forest.
Oh my god. I'm gonna try to get a better look.
Okay.
Get a gun.
A little bit of time has passed now, at least where you're at, and you that orange creature.
Uh-oh. A pumpkin?
Happy Halloween.
Oh, Pumpkin Man.
Okay.
Um,
Are you going
is
to
it-
do anything?
Is it just like rolling? Like how is it walking?
Yep.
It's rolling?
And it's laughing. And it's got
Oh.
these dark red eyes.
Alright.
Just like Levine's.
I am gonna dash away my tears with my arm and try to build up some courage, and I'm gonna go out and see if I can do something to stop the laughing pumpkin. So I feel like it has something to do with this tomfoolery.
Anything else you want to do on your way out there?
I'm gonna see if there's something I can grab, like a broom or something to smash it, because I just have my dagger and a shield, and I don't feel like I want to use those on this. I want to see if there's a tool or something I can use.
Make an insight and dexterity roll.
Okay. Let's see here.
I like the grabbing a broom instead of the dagger because it's just longer.
Yeah, I want to keep it away because I just don't know. Oh fuck. Excuse me. A 7?
7?
Yeah. My rolls are bad.
I'll find something. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. You find a broom.
All right. Uh-oh.
You deftly use your foot to smash off the end of it, and you now have an improvised melee weapon, the pointy stick.
Yes.
It is its accuracy check is dexterity plus might, and its damage is high roll plus 2 physical damage.
Okay.
It is one-handed melee.
Okay.
That's all you know about it for now.
You're
This
feeling
is
like a real fighter already.
Okay.
I am. I'm gonna take some like observations from watching Levine stab things to go at this pumpkin.
I can't
This
wait
pumpkin
for this.
is probably about a football field away from you. at the
Oh,
airship
jeez.
now. Okay. Is there anything else you want to do before you go out to meet this punk?
Oh, I feel like you're leaving me with this like breadcrumb trail that I need to do something else, and I'm like, what is it? I don't know.
Wash your face. You know, get your game face on.
You know what? I'm gonna roll up my sleeves. We can do it. Like vibe. I'm ready.
Okay. Then
going.
we will switch back to the team in the forest. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's a bad idea. Let's not do that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's definitely starting to feel like Edgar's idea of at least try one of those paths makes more sense. Does it actually seem like we can move these routes at all if we so wanted to? I guess is something I wanna.
Well, I would place my hands on the one that glows green. But if we put all our things together, maybe.
Wait, what the heck is?
I don't know what's going on with the stream. The quality is exploding.
Uh-oh. Okay, now or no?
No, I'm just seeing a weird, like... Is it just the
crop
forest
circle
picture?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
alright.
okay.
I know what it's supposed to look like.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess Levine will see. Like, does this route seem like it wants to move at all without like damaging it, or like anything like that? Does it feel like it'll move freely of its own accord? That's on the 1 on 2, not the Scorcher. Also looks
It
better
doesn't
now.
really seem to move or bend to your touch. It's a hefty tree root.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I figured. Had to be sure.
Alright.
But when you touch it, it does glow green again, and all of the green appears on the outside trees as well.
So that one seems to be connected to the forest, not the other one. The other one is bad.
Maybe we should send Edgar with the radio and I guess Cassandra at that point too, so that they can try to be using that while they're going out the way they thought might work. Levine will stay with Olivia maybe.
At this
Keep
point,
an eye
I don't
on
think we should separate, because if we make it out, then we may not be able to give
Get back.
directions.
Levine will give Olivia a piggyback ride. At that rate.
I was gonna say, because we could leave like a note because you both apparently have notebooks, so we can like leave a little note in case Blair does manage to make it here and tell Blair what we've done.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because if we end up back here, we can just take the note and throw it away.
Mhm.
So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Seems like one of the better options right now. I'm not sure what else we do besides starting to open up trees.
No, I don't think
but
we
I
open
think
up
I'm
trees.
the only one who wants to do that. So
Yeah.
No, pretty sure the trees
don't
will get
hurt the
mad at this
forest.
point.
Yeah. All right. So.
Wait, can we tell what direction we came in from? In
You all
regards
have
to
been
the
moving
clock trees.
around enough at this point that you've kind of lost track.
Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't really measure where we were in terms of those routes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess our main option.
Edgar unfortunately did not notice the routes before he went exploring, and so doesn't really have a bearing for where they were relative to where he came in.
Yep, that's on me. It's on me. Sorry, everybody.
That's okay.
Yeah. Right now, I think the only clue we have is the fact that it's that
We'll just go in
these
that
seem to indicate the
direction, I suppose.
time. So if it's pointing at 2 and that route seems to be the one that resonates with the forest, then maybe we just have to go between maybe between 1 and 2. So that way we're right before too. Or maybe we need to walk counterclockwise when we're in the forest. Maybe we just need to walk counterclockwise in here. It's a lot of things we could try.
Okay, Levine's gonna start jogging counterclockwise for a little bit while you're talking about that stuff.
In this area.
Yep, just counterclockwise with the big tree.
You jog counterclockwise around, you make a couple of laps, nothing happens.
You got some good cardio.
Yeah. Yeah, it's there's nothing happening. Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I say we gotta give it a shot.
Yeah.
I've run out of ideas for the moment.
Time to go wander into the woods.
Until we test some of these hypotheses.
I still feel like 1 is the one, but for now, I'll pick up Olivia. And we get ready.
Okay. What precisely are you doing?
So what do we want to do? Do we want to walk between 12 and 1 so that we're before both routes?
I think
Sure.
I think I want to say just, well, yeah, we could do that, I guess. But I feel like 1 is just the one. But
I mean, we can also try to walk out backwards.
Not a bad way to go about it.
Like, that's how we got into this place.
See if we can leave it that way.
Yeah. It
Mhm.
also bugs me that we haven't found any of the other people. They
Yeah,
don't seem to have gotten trapped here.
There's
In
no
the
traces
trees.
of them. I'm halfway wondering if we're supposed to like go into that tree in the center, and it like leads to a like deep labyrinth or something. Who knows? But
Oh wait, sorry. Is there an entrance in the tree?
Nope.
That I didn't hear? Okay.
no, well, because like I figured we could like climb through like the, because like the I don't know if the tree in the center actually looks like that bundle of trees, or if it's just like one big
It's
like
like
red
one
oakwood
big
kind of
central
thing,
tree.
like a big redwood kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, all of the trees pretty much rise above your head. There's not hardly any light coming into the forest at all.
Okay.
all right, should we probably just head forward to 1? We could try to walk backwards because that was a thing
Yeah.
apparently. Like Blair obviously got out. Well, because the thing, like Blair got out.
Blair never
because-
got in.
Well, they stayed out because they walked backwards. That must mean that if we walking backwards did work. So we know that much.
Is
But
it
yeah.
walking backwards that worked, or is just not facing, turning your back towards the forest, didn't pull you in?
Yeah, that's very true. It's one or the other, but
Alright, so what exactly are you folks doing?
So I think
Going
we should at least
through
just-
12:30, right? Yeah.
We were gonna go before where the 2 roots are, right? First,
Okay.
and see if what happens there, and if we come back, we can go in between them.
So you're
Let's see
going
what
in between 12 and 1.
Between 12 and 1, yeah.
Yes.
Would also recommend still using the compass and radio if you can for that.
Yeah, I'll have the compass and stuff out.
Radio doesn't seem to make any difference. You can hear the voices. They are always behind you, no matter what.
Okay.
Okay. The compass is still spinning wildly,
Okay.
the same way that it was before.
We'll just keep walking
Yep.
Okay.
Keep walking.
until we see what
12:30.
happens.
All right, you walk. Find yourself back at the clearing again.
Okay.
Has the time on your watch changed?
I'll check my watch compared to last time.
Still the same.
Exactly the same.
Does the watch match the routes?
No.
Okay.
Oh, actually, that was something I wanted to try earlier, and I forgot about it. Thank you for reminding me. Can I wind my watch?
Yeah, that was my
for
next.
the- match what we assume is the time the roots are displaying?
Okay. Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, I'm gonna do that with my watch and see if it
All right.
helps.
So
with
you are now
anything.
changing the time on your watch. Is that right?
Mhm. Yes.
Wait, does
Winding it
Olivia have a
backwards?
watch?
Yes.
What time?
Winding it backwards to the time we think the roots are displaying, which is
Or
what?
before
two-
that?
Hold up, before
before
you
that.
change your time, I want to ask Olivia, does she have a watch so we can compare the two?
Oh yeah.
So I imagine Olivia would have her watch would be slightly ahead of time if she had one, correct?
Okay. Olivia's watch reads the same as Cassandra's before you tamper with it.
Okay.
Seems
Perfect,
frozen
alright.
in time.
Yeah. Perfect.
What
then,
time? What
'cause-
time is that?
Let's say you went in at 5 p.m.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, that late?
Yeah.
It's interesting her watch is the same because
Sorry, I figured you just kind of took a short rest at the airship, not a
Yeah.
super long
Okay.
one, because it was urgent that you get out here.
yeah,
That's what I kind of figured too. That made sense that it was the evening.
All right.
Um,
So, Cassandra, which way are you winding your watch, and to what time?
counterclockwise to. We think this. What is this? We think this is 2:05.
Oh, well, no, it'd be... Yeah, it might either
110 if it
205 or
was-
110. So
110 if
I would
it's
just put it
past.
at high noon.
High noon. I'll wind my way
Yeah.
back to high noon then.
High noon.
I don't know why I said high. I was thinking
Bank
Overwatch,
noon.
but just noon.
Okay.
Noon.
Make
Some noise.
an insight and willpower check.
Me.
Yep. What was the result?
Well.
12.
Yes. Nice.
Wind the clock backwards, and what does your watch look like? Describe it to me.
So I assume Cassandra probably has like one of those kind of very nice little like pocket watches that you can like do a little click and it pops open like a little pops open like a locket, and then it has like a nice little intricate face on it, and there's probably even like a little thing for like star positions and stuff because she is a former ship captain.
Long chain.
So there's
on
probably
the
like a lot of
strapping
little
chain.
like small little tweaks and like a little bit beyond the normal pocket watch, but there's like just like a basic. But beyond that, the clock is kind of more of a basic kind of time.
Okay, but in an analog pocket watch. Yeah.
Yes, an analog one. Yes.
Okay, it's got an hour hand. Have anything else?
It has an hour hand, and I think it would have seconds and a minute hand and all that. And like I said, it does have like probably something that helps to note the position of like the stars and stuff like that as well. But
All right.
Hmm.
How vigorously are you winding?
I'm gonna say I'm gonna probably do it a little bit slow because I don't want to like, if I find any resistance happening, I don't necessarily want to break my watch either. So I try to like slowly kind of move against it and stuff.
Okay. Then let's say twist it gently. Your first goal is to turn it back. You're going back to high noon,
Mm-hmm.
and as you twist it backwards, counterclockwise, breeze on the outside hum in line with your clock rewinding.
Mm.
And you see a sort of green light form a circle going around the trees and slowly trail off as you continue to wind the watch backwards. As you get to 2 o'clock,
Yeah, maybe we just need to hit the time that it's showing them.
the 2 o'clock tree root lights up, and stays lit. As you rewind the watch, the outer trees continue humming, and the glow continues to chase them around. And as you wind it past 2 o'clock, even hours and seconds, the green glow goes around the outside rim of the trees, and the root at 2 o'clock begins moving towards the root at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Turn and turn and turn. And once it hits 1 o'clock, the roots touch each other and light up, and the green glow is now spinning increasingly fast around all of the other trees. The forest floor begins to glow brighter and brighter and brighter, and you can swear the area is now spinning. It gets
so it's
bright enough that you can't see any longer, and when your eyes readjust, you are in the same clearing. However, in that clearing, you see this.
Oh, we didn't leave a note for Blair. Oops.
Oh, hey, look at this guy.
Look at that. Oh, it's okay. I was gonna say, look at that cutie, but it's an enemy.
Oh shit! Is it? Oh no.
You
Bunch of
see this
stumps.
creature called a forest golem, and in its hands, in one of its limbs wrapped up, is Captain Leon. I need the 3 of you to roll a group initiative check.
No.
How do you do group initiative again?
The insight plus sense.
So it's just like a regular group check. You roll dexterity and insight for initiative, and you apply your initiative modifier whenever you do that.
Okay. 4?
So who's gonna lead it? Right? Somebody
Oh,
needs to
God.
lead it.
My
Blair,
initiative is a -2.
I'm a quick boy.
second.
I'd-
Blair, I'd like you to also roll your own initiative.
Oh, okay. Where's the initiative on this sheet? I'm like blind. Oh, there it is. -2. Ooh.
Same.
And is this I'm sorry.
I was gonna say mine's a negative
Dex
3, so I,
insight.
Dex insight. Thank you.
No problem.
Second to up here.
Dex. Ew.
All right, Blair, what did you roll for initiative?
An 8? Yeah.
You will be going second against the cursed pumpkin.
Okay.
Cassandra, Edgar, and Levine. Who is leading your initiative roll?
I guess I will.
Yeah, that sounds fine.
Cassandra and Levine roll initiative.
7. Oh no, I got 4. I have to subtract 3.
Cassandra?
6.
Okay. Edgar, you have an unassisted initiative roll, Dex and Insight. You have.
All right.
You are rolling. You were rolling against.
Well, I got an
a
11,
Okay.
so I didn't want to know what it is. So.
Oh, you don't want to know what it was? Okay.
Well, I don't know. It doesn't really. I can't change anything about it, but well, I guess I could. Yeah, because I could spend stuff.
Either
So,
way,
yes.
the player characters have first pick. So what we're going to do is we're going to run 2 simultaneous battles here at the same time, right? One going on outside the airship with Blair, and one going on forest clearing with Cassandra, Edgar, and Levine. Currently, Blair is facing off against one pumpkin, and another one is coming her way, but has not reached them yet. They will get there after 1 round of combat. Cassandra and Edgar and Levine are facing off against Forest Golem, and there are 2 enemies listed here because, because. I'll let you figure it out. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll finish up with this conflict scene. Is everybody here? Ready to go?
Yep.
Let's see. Let's start with folks in the forest.
All right.
Folks get to decide who goes.
I could try to protect anybody who needs protection at this point. I also feel like Olivia's not going to be joining us, right?
I don't think she's a combat character.
No, yeah, but you might want to tuck her someplace safe.
Yeah, I was thinking we'd probably want to make sure that she actually isn't in danger at least.
So I have something I want to try. So if I can go first, that would be cool. It might help a bunch. It may not. So we can find out together.
I'm down for going first.
All right. So I'm gonna gamble here. I'm gonna gamble. Based on the fact that you called it a golem, that this might be a construct. So I'm gonna try to do Magitech Override to be able to perform an opposed insight check against a nearby soldier rank construct I can see, and see if I can gain it. Sure. I should have kept its page. I should have kept the page written down. I had it on that screenshot I sent you, but then I'm like, oh no.
Page 215.
There you go.
Opposed check against a nearby soldier rank construct you can see. If you succeed, gain control of the creature. Roll 1 time. Free whenever you want. The construct is also free as harmed by you or one of your allies. Free, the construct is again in control of its actions. Might turn again.
Yeah. So as long as we don't hit it, and if I get control of it, as long as we don't hit it, we're good.
Probably try to take control of the one that's... Wait, it's just 1 construct, right?
I'm seeing 2 on the thing. He said there was 2.
So...
Okay, so I want to be sure. I would say do the one with Captain Leon, obviously, if that's an option.
Yes.
Roll me double insight.
So is this as part of the override or as beyond the override?
1 second. I gotta see. It's kind of. Let me take a look here. You are in conflict, allowed to do a check of enemies.
Yeah, there's like the observe or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
Study, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to find that.
Make an insight check to examine a creature. 10 plus reveals species, maximum HP, maximum MP. 13 plus traits, attributes, defense, magic.
Yeah. Do you know what page that's on? Sorry.
Well, I'm just looking at the pre-made sheets,
Okay.
so that was just included there. But if I search, let me just
Here we go.
search
I
in
got
the
it.
PDF. Okay.
Study. This is a useful action when you want to know more about who or what you're dealing with. Tell the game master what you want to know about the subject of your actions, be it an item, a person, a creature, or even a location. You'll then perform an open check, generally insight plus insight, but there might be times in which different attributes make sense, such as insight plus willpower to lure an adversary into talking too much. The Game Master chooses which attributes based on the approach. The result will determine what kind of information. Once you have studied someone or something this way, you cannot ask the same question again. That said, you are free to investigate other aspects of the subject. So,
I mean, so if you want, I can try to study instead. Okay, I'll do a study on it.
it's an open check, so I don't think it occupies your turn. But you just, the result of the check is the result. Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought it was an action.
It says it's an open check, and
Okay. Good.
because you were trying to do something pretty specific with this, I'm letting you study it in order to figure out whether it succeeds.
All right. I got an 11.
11. Then you get a complete answer with no room for doubt. So.
All right. Well, I guess is it species to see if it is a construct?
It is, in fact, a construct. However, this is not a soldier. This is a monster. However, the second enemy that I have listed of the construct that is holding Captain Leon, and that one is a soldier construct. So you can take use an insight check to try and of the limb.
Okay, so then in that case, I will spend my 10 MP and try to take over Edge Tech. So it's an opposed insight.
You can make it punch itself afterwards. Obviously.
Yeah, I didn't roll great either though. So
11.
I got a 9.
Okay.
Can I can change that though, right? I can spend another Fabula point.
Good, as long as it makes sense.
So with a 3, could re-roll that, but how would I make that make sense? Feels like hope is too easy to just be like, well, I hope it works.
Yeah, I know it's to like save Leon, but it's also just kind of
yeah,
direct.
right.
I don't really have a direct bond with him right now, so.
To invoke a bond, add its strength. That's not what I want. So I want to invoke a trait. So Pemble. Okay. So I'm going to use my identity as the young inventor who survived. So back when the explosion that took my arm happened, that was when some bandits were attacking the town. And I had determined to do anything I could to save somebody from being from attacking the people that I love and the people that I work with. And this captain is somebody that brought us here, and he sees him as part of his not a part of his crew, but part of his entourage, and it just reminds him of that situation, and really wants to do what he can to be able to save him.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say, under your traits, for your identity. Let's call
Yes.
it determined young inventor who survived,
Okay.
right? And we'll alter your identity at the cost of a Fabula point here to make this work so that you can re-roll it. And that is now part
Okay.
of your backstory. And that's
Well, that was part of my backstory.
okay. Well, even better.
And-
But that's
Right?
that's how Fabula.
Unless, is that not the story I said last time?
I mean, it is to the point. You know,
Oh, you mean, okay.
like the determined aspect of it, right?
Right.
The emphasis on that, right? That's what Fabula points are supposed to do, in my opinion, right? It's supposed
Yeah.
to be a yes and
Yeah.
mechanism, which is what we're doing here, right? So you've yes and a determination trait for Edgar and are using it to re-roll dice.
That makes sense.
All right.
yeah.
I need a 5+. Let's go, baby. 7.
Okay.
Yay.
So your total
So
score
that's
was what?
13 now.
Okay. So you take control of the limb.
An eye for an eye, an arm for an arm.
Good plan.
Yeah, it says share its feet. It gives you its profile.
Probably shouldn't set the tree on fire because it's holding onto that captain guy, right?
Bro, geez, that's everything. Okay
I'm
then.
hoping Edgar gets multiple arms
Oh
he
no.
could use.
Well, I definitely didn't plan on this, but
Is it something that you created?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
no, that's okay.
I ruin everything, everybody.
No, that's the way that.
So Edgar pulled
Well, I'm
out a
gonna
great
see
plan
things.
out of his back pocket, and that's okay.
I'm just so happy it's actually a construct. I'm like, it's a plant? Like, it's like a tree? Is it just a plant? I don't know.
I really want to see you try wearing that arm if you can keep it.
Alright, what I'm gonna do is copy what we got about it into.
Sure. Yeah, just like take a screenshot or something.
There you go.
Oh, okay. Well, you didn't have to share it with everybody.
Well, it's assumed that when somebody gets information, that basically the whole group gets.
No, I was gonna keep it all to myself.
Levine wouldn't understand anyway, so she would just nod, you know.
Okay.
Write down Edgar Smart plus.
Then it becomes the forest golem's turn. Okay.
I
see-
don't like that.
Do you see what spell 1 says there?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Well,
Oh, damn it!
The forest golem also has access to that spell. So the forest golem will spend 10 MP, remove a scene effect from one creature, so it regains control of the limb.
Well,
10 MP.
sorry guys.
Nice attempt,
Hey,
though. Nice
man.
on.
You did your best. It's still really cool that you were able to even do it for a little bit.
Can you even try to attempt that again, even?
I don't think so.
I was gonna say it still might be worth, if for no other reason, try to save Leon, but we might have to find other ways around that.
Ooh, if a limb is holding a creature, transfer 20 HP to the body. We should maybe cut him free.
But we got some information out of it at the very least, because
No,
now
yeah, the info is very handy.
here I'm just
Figures-
gonna send this so just in case I accidentally delete it. But it's just been in my chat thing the whole time.
Okay, it is now Forest team next player character turn.
All right.
I was thinking I would do elemental weapon and
Okay.
imbue it with fire.
Okay.
I forget if I'm allowed to attack after that.
Yes, because it is your weapon. Yes.
Oh yeah, offense. Yes, offensive elemental spells.
Okay. What are you attacking?
I'm going to specifically try to attack the limbs so we can try to cut Leon free.
Okay.
And then I would use my heavy spear attack still.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm trying. So it says each time you acquire this skill, offensive elemental spell uses insight and willpower for the magic check. But I don't think I need to do that for elemental weapon. So
No, because you got to do the attack.
I have to do the attack normally, right?
Yes, yeah, because it's
yeah.
you're not blasting them with fire. You're putting it on your weapon,
Yeah.
and then yeah.
Yeah, so you basically do what Heavy Spear says, except instead of physical damage, it will deal fire damage.
Yeah. And since you're casting on yourself, you get to perform an attack as part of this.
So you would roll dexterity and might. And I need to tell you guys about one more thing.
Okay.
Sorry, I had this planned and then totally forgot to put it in there. All of the player characters in the forest are affected by a status effect called Temporal Sickness.
Okay.
You get a -1 to accuracy rolls for the duration.
Okay.
Okay.
So yours will be an even dexterity plus might check.
Okay. I got 8. Yes.
Let's see. That goes. That goes against its magic attack or its magic defense, so that hits. So
Okay.
high roll plus 12 fire damage.
They were both 4s, so 16.
Okay. As you can see from the tree limbs profile, it is in fact weak fire, so double that roll. So it's
32?
32 fire damage.
Nice.
Yep. All right.
Yeah. Was I able to at all get it to let Leon go, or
No.
okay, just checking.
Dang.
Can't hurt to ask.
All right. The forest golem is going to use Vine Burst attack. It will spend 20 mind points, and any number of creatures that can be seen suffer shaken. Cassandra,
that.
Edgar, Levine. We'll say that Olivia is out of view, but Leon is also shaken. That's it. So I think we're down to Levine's turn.
Alrighty. Well,
So my
probably wanna help.
willpower goes down to a D6.
yeah, I'll probably want to take out that tree limb. Yeah, I might do. Might do Shadow Strike with that too. I want to try to get that thing taken care of as fast as possible, so I will roll a... Wait, first I need to... This is like if I make an attack, I could do Shadow Strike, correct?
I believe so.
Or I can't remember if I'm supposed to do it ahead of time.
What's the wording?
Well, it looks like Yeah, okay, it looks like I do the Shadow Strike beforehand. So it says, like after you do the roll, if this didn't reduce your hit points to 0, you may perform a free attack. So this is an action in itself, so... I'm
Right.
going to roll my Shadow Strike roll. Which is Might. That's a D10. Getting very confused, but... So I take 5 damage. Puts me down to 47. Now I roll my Might and my Dex to hit this thing with dark damage. Or I gotta make the extra sec, but it's 12 straight.
Okay, 12 hits.
Okay, and that's 8. Oh wait, dang, I gotta max on that. 8 plus 7 plus 10. 25 dark damage.
25 dark.
Yeah. The high roll plus 10, which is 18, plus the 7. No, wait, 7 plus 1. 26 damage. No, wait. Wait, how much was it? What was my roll again? That was a... How much damage did I do to myself? I forgot already. I think it was 5, right?
5, yeah.
So it would be 23 damage. Oh, 24.
24
on top of
damage.
that, yeah.
Right.
Sorry, I'm really bad with math lately,
That's okay.
it seems like.
Right? It is now Free Lynn turn to attack. It's going to use Bark Claws.
Bark, bark.
Alright, so it is using Bark Claws in an attempt to attack Cassandra and Edgar. It has rolled an 8 versus your... Doesn't look like it hits either of you.
Yeah, mine's an 11, so it misses, thankfully. I feel like that's gonna... some of this stuff's gonna do a lot of damage if it actually hits.
Alrighty.
We also don't even know what the full capabilities of the body is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's see. It Pumpkin's turn against Blair, is that right?
I believe so.
Yeah, I
Hopefully
think so.
I was gonna say, hopefully Blair didn't fall asleep during all that.
No, I didn't. I just wasn't sure when you said I'm second in the initiative if it meant after everybody or second in the turn order, so I kind of was waiting.
I think your initiative was lower than the Pumpkin's, so you're
Okay,
Pumpkin.
gotcha. Alright, I am going to take the broomstick.
It's the Pumpkin's
Oh.
turn.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. The Pumpkin is going to use a spell called Pumpkin Puke on you.
Ew.
Nice.
It costs 10 mind points.
I like the way you said that, though. 10.
I don't quite remember what was happening exactly, but earlier I had to mute myself because when Sinus responded to Blair with a yep, I was just losing it. I was just like, I had to mute myself or I was gonna
Alright, it has rolled a 5 against your magic defense, which fails.
Yes, failure.
And now it is your turn.
Okay, I am not sure what the pumpkin was gonna do to me, but I think I should stab it because it was laughing evilly earlier. So, yeah, I'm gonna take the broomstick and go swing against it. So let's roll that dex and might. Let's see here. 6 and 8. A negative that. So it's a 7.
7.
Yeah,
A 7 will miss.
damn. This is gonna be a rough fight against pumpkins.
Another pumpkin has now arrived. Next round of that combat. They're back to the top of the initiative order with Team in the Forest again.
Oh, and
So-
anybody can go first again, right?
You
Yep.
folks can go first and pick whoever you want to go first.
I can just try to attack it again quick, because I don't have much other plan than that. I'm gonna attack
Yeah,
the one
there's-
that's still holding on to Leon.
Yeah, I think that's good. I mostly am gonna be back up at this point.
And it's just the flat dexterity and might.
Yep,
Yeah.
Dex plus might.
10.
Hits.
Alright.
So high
and
roll
then
plus 12 fire damage.
7 plus 12 is 19. And then times that by 2 is
38.
38? Yeah, 38.
So as you prepare for an overhead spear strike, you can feel the power of fire coursing through your weapon, and you bring it down and chop the limb clean away from the body. And Captain Leon and the limb is on fire and turns to ash.
Yeah.
Nice.
So was that the soldier one or the non-soldier one?
That was the soldier one.
Okay.
So just the
And a
limb.
new arm.
Yeah, I was mostly just focused on the fact that they could possibly kill the captain if we let it absorb too much.
Yeah, that was a concern.
Because I don't know if there's resurrection in this game, and I don't think we need to chance that right now.
I think one of the classes has it, but
Oh, okay.
I think there's resurrection if you want to make a vampire or something. Make a ghoul.
All right,
That's a different
let's
story.
see. So now it's the forest golem's turn. Let's use 4 breath. And who is it? Looking for Cassandra.
Okie dokie.
So it's a 16 versus your magic defense.
Oh yeah, that definitely hits. Jesus.
Track
feel like
some
I'm gonna
mind
protect
points
you.
here. And that will do. That deals 18 damage to you, and you are also poisoned and
that's rough.
Okay.
Do you want me to try to? Do you want me to protect you from that?
It's okay.
Okay. You better be okay.
Poisoned and weak? Yeah, that's You're gonna have some really noodle arms after that.
Does being poisoned do anything beyond being poisoned?
No. So poisoned reduces your might and willpower die by 1 size, and then weaken, shaken do the same. It's the slow days that get into your defense and magic defense.
Okay.
So yeah, your defenses are still the same.
Alrighty, so I just had a D6 then on both of those, right? That's okay.
I think that's what it'll show on the... player's turn.
Well, Cassandra just went. I don't know if Edgar has any particular plans at the moment.
Well, yes, but you guys aren't gonna like it.
What's your plan?
What's up?
So I want to try my soul steal.
What's that?
I get to steal. Unfortunately, the
Okay.
soldier is dead, so I can't gain IP, but I can gain something from it.
I'm
Since it's...
sorry.
Oh no, it's okay. It's great. This is honestly better, but
Yeah, we want Leon. We don't want Leon dying, ideally.
no, for sure. All right, so I'm gonna try to soul steal the forest golem.
No,
Alright, so you roll Dex plus willpower.
Yeah, and my my willpower right now is a D6 because of shaken.
10 and 6.
I just got to beat its magic defense, so I don't know if it's anything like the limb we saw. Oh my goodness, 15, beautiful.
That will definitely...
Nearly max roll.
That will definitely succeed. I had not thought of a soul treasure, but I will get you one for our next session.
Perfect.
So
No worries.
Just write Forest Golem Soul Treasure.
Sounds good.
Dang. You just keep taking stuff from everywhere, huh?
Listen, I gotta fund my projects, okay?
From the
Right?
cash.
Grants probably don't exist in this world, and rich
No.
people are jerks.
Alright,
Oh,
so
Lavina gets that part at least. Rich people are jerks.
Forest Golem is now going to... Bark Claws against... And how do I keep rolling the same thing over again? Against Cassandra and Edgar again.
Oh, all right.
Oh, they are scooped. Huh. Okay.
Did you roll a
Thick
12?
might.
So it's a
Uh,
9. Both of you, which fails again.
Miss.
Good.
That's its turn.
Oh, now I'm gonna chop this stupid thing. And I'm going to use Shadow Strike again, because I figure I'll get myself in crisis.
Chop it good.
Because I halfway just want to kill this thing fast, because I'm worried about Blair. Okay, that's 6 damage to myself. I'm going to keep that one to the side so I don't forget. I'm going to take a different die. I'm going to roll for accuracy. 14.
14 will hit.
Okay, and that is 8, 18, 25 this time, I think, yeah. 25 dark damage.
Okay.
She's trying to chop this stupid tree down as fast as possible, just flailing her sword.
Right. Forest Golem. That's okay. Forest Golem going to common pumpkin.
Oh.
Ah,
That's unfortunate.
dang. We just kind of made him mad when we got rid of his arm.
Yeah, basically.
Let's see. Okay, now to Blair's side. Pumpkin going to.
Pumpkin these nuts.
Oh.
Actually, Pumpkin E is gonna go first and attempt a pumpkin puke
Pumpkin enough.
power.
It pump can't.
Oh.
5. Nope. 5 versus magic defense.
Nope.
Okay. Your turn.
Alright, let's try this again with my improvised stick. I believe in it. Believing in the heart of the cards, right?
One are you attacking?
There's 2, right?
Yep. D and E.
I want to go for E because I feel weird saying the other ones. So, let's see here. Come
I'm sorry for
on.
ruining it.
A 9.
A
Is
9.
that
A
make it?
9 just hits.
Oh, thank
Roll
God.
damage. Or
Alright.
no, it's high roll plus
I
2.
roll. Okay. So when it's high roll, is that?
It's the highest roll that you've rolled to
Yeah,
attack.
of those 2 dice that you rolled, the higher.
Oh,
of the
I'm
2.
sorry. A 5.
5. 5
Yeah.
total.
Yeah.
Plus the 2.
Or I'm sorry. 5 plus 2, 7. Sorry.
7 damage. And your stick breaks.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
How does the pumpkin look?
Dented. Just a little bit.
You can see some mush and pumpkin.
Yeah,
seeds
there's
going
some
in
mush
right now.
dripping out of the mouth. Some
Do I
pumpkin
still
goo.
see the red eyes? Like, is
Oh,
it
yeah.
laughing?
Yeah, oh yeah. They're
okay.
laughing at you, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was just saying that the pumpkin D is crazy. That's why I was saying pumpkin D is nuts. It's
Speaking of
absolutely insane.
Pumpkin D, it is going to use Rotten Bite.
Oh no. Okay. Is this a defense or magic defense?
Versus your defense, 13.
That hits.
It will do 10 poison damage.
Ew. Okay.
Alright, back to the top of the order for the forest team.
Do we want Cassandra to do more damage to the golem?
I was
Your
thinking
Cassandra.
because the fire is gonna be applied regardless of what I do with an attack. It's like, so if because Bone Crusher, so when you hit one or more
Mhm.
targets with a melee attack, that would deal damage. You may have the attack deal no damage, and if you do, you can choose one option. I can make it dazed, inflict weak, or I can make the target lose 20 mind points.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking I could try to make it lose mind points, but I wasn't sure if the fire damage would still apply.
No, it would not.
Well, if you do no damage, then there'd be no fire damage.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
It might be worth to try to weaken it, if for no other reason, to lower down its might die, which is probably higher on it, being a
Yeah, if it's anything like the limb, then yeah.
But that's
Okay.
like, you can't say it's necessarily a do or die situation.
Let's drop one of my dice. Okay. So do you guys want me to weaken it instead then?
That could
I
help,
can
yeah.
do that.
Yeah, it might be a good idea.
I'll try to use Bone Crusher to weaken it then.
Sure.
Carve off
Go ahead and
that
make an
block.
attack roll.
Got to 4.
A 4?
Yeah, I got a
Yep.
4.
Dang.
The forest golem is going to going to use 4 breath against Levine.
Well, it is usually magic anyways too, so who knows what's the worst of its stats.
9 or all these dice. I guess it's supposed to
How's
be a
that work?
6. Versus you.
I got a 7. I'm getting bopped.
Suffer weak.
Don't feel so good, Mr. Krabs. Wait, that means my might
Down to
is
6.
down to like a d6.
Yeah.
So.
Alright, next.
Oh,
wait. Do I
either
take
either
damage
you
too?
or
Gotta go
I.
how to beat somebody up.
Do I also got? Do I take damage from that too? Nope. Okay.
Oh, wait. Yes, you do. I roll
Okay.
plus. Okay, 16 damage.
Good grief. All right. Help. I'm in crisis.
Oh, yes, you are.
That's how you like to be, though.
Yeah, it's my favorite. It's where I wanted to be, but it's kind of a bad time for it. All right, so I guess we got to say what we're gonna do here. I'm gonna look at Edgar. And I'm like, I don't feel so good.
Roger that.
So I don't know if I want to blitz at anything right now. I'd have to.
I mean, you can always drink a tonic to get rid of some status effects.
That's right.
To a status effect, I should say. But
Yeah, tonic from a single status effect. It's probably worth doing that. Yeah. Unless Edgar can do that with Potion Rain.
I can't split that. It has to be a
Okay.
potion that restores HP and or MP.
Okay, well, I'm gonna use 2 IP, and I'm gonna remove my poison status effect for now. At the very least.
No longer poison.
Because otherwise I'm swinging super limp noodle-like.
Like,
Okay.
are
Is she
you?
like... What's up?
I was gonna say, are you at the point where I need to heal you? I guess I
Uh,
can see it on the screen up there.
I have 25 health, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and
was correct.
Cassandra is at 36 out of 59.
Oh yeah, I am doing pretty weak. I have as many hit points as Blair. Oh no, I'm in trouble.
I thought I was at 40, but I guess I must be lower. The tabletop, like the stream sometimes is blurry for me and doesn't load very
Yeah.
well, so I can't
But
see
Yeah.
also,
numbers.
Levine pulls a like yellow crystal from her armor that's like been from the creases of her armor. It pools into her hand, solidifies, and she drinks that. And it helps alleviate the poison that was running through her system. She just wipes her mouth.
The forest golem is going to attempt a life blast. Cassandra. Roll is 13 versus defense.
It hits.
Does
Ouch.
Yeah.
Damn.
So I'm in crisis. I don't know what that means, but I'm in crisis for sure.
You're at half HP, less than half.
Yeah. I don't know what it affects is all.
it only has an effect. Have effects that specifically have to deal with.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
So Levine definitely has those. I don't.
No, I don't have anything, but
Yeah, I
That's
think I'm the
fascinating
only
like that.
character right now.
All
I
right.
was thinking about adding more, but
Edgar's turn.
Yeah, well, it looks like they're in rough shape, so I'm gonna blast another potion. And they can get 25 hit points each. I don't think I can affect Blair.
Nope.
So,
25 each.
yeah.
So I'm up to 36 now.
I have Cassandra's at 39 and
Okay.
50.
That puts me down to 4 IP.
Can't you heal up to 3 people with that now, you were saying? Or
Yeah, but I don't need health. And there's only 2 of you. So,
does it deplete it more if you use it with 3 people, or does that cause
No.
anything else?
no, it's
Oh, you're just full on
it
health, is what
restores.
you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, never mind.
There's like I'll heal myself for 25, but I'm not missing anything.
Yeah, okay.
I'll heal what's his face? Leon with the 3rd one.
Okay. Leon's
about
looking
that?
a little
Good
better.
idea,
He
actually.
thanks you.
I forgot that
Yeah.
he was there.
The pumpkin going to attempt to pumpkin puke on Levine.
Get away from me, jerk.
Oh, we have a pumpkin now? Okay. Must have
Yep.
missed that part. I don't know how I
Yeah,
missed it.
it's summoned a pumpkin.
Versus your magic defense.
Hits.
That is... Okay, that does not do any damage to you. However, you take 5 plus 5 additional damage from all poison.
Ah.
Mm.
Okay.
So that's kind of a weird one.
Yep.
Okay.
Now we are to the pumpkins and Claire. So
Hello.
Pumpkin B is going to attack Pumpkin P. Uh, 13 versus.
Yes, that makes.
Okay. You are now taking plus 5 damage from poison sources. For the
Oh.
is your turn.
I think I want to take a tonic.
Okay.
Does that only impact my status with the poison, or does it do that with the slow and or not slow, dazed
You
and shake?
remove 1.
Oh, it's 1. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of the poison. With that.
That's not a poison status effect.
Oh, it's not.
Let me
So
see.
you took poison damage, but it's like saying fire damage or lightning damage.
Yeah,
Oh,
You're-
I thought I got poisoned the last turn. I thought that was a status thing.
No, you took poison damage.
Got it. Well, still kind of want to do that to fix my rolls.
Your insight is being affected by the weekend, right? Is it? Or... dazed.
Shaken
by
and dazed.
dazed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to try to take a tonic to remove the daze then.
Okay, that's fine. So you are
And
now at 4 IP dazed.
Okay. And is that all I can do, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Pumpkin is going to attempt to rotten bite you.
Okay.
These guys. These guys.
Holy smoke. 17 to hit.
That hits.
That will be 17 poison damage.
That's with the +5?
Yep.
Okay. Oof.
Blair is looking pretty rough.
I am in crisis, right?
You have 8
You're down,
HP left.
Yeah, I was
Oh.
gonna say
Yeah.
they're pretty low.
Got it.
Alright, back to the forest team.
Yep.
Okie dokie.
So
So I'm just gonna I can try to weaken it again if you guys want. Otherwise, I might just do a straight attack to damage.
Well, you
it.
can't double weaken it. Or
I
wait,
didn't,
no, you
I didn't
failed
manage
last time.
Yeah, I didn't hit it last
I just
time.
attack. I just try to
Yeah.
do damage.
Yeah, just do damage. Okay. Just kill it as fast as possible.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
we're in rough shape now.
Right? Please roll out.
I mean, Cassandra doesn't have any might left either with her poison.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm down to a d6 basically.
If you want, I could use a tonic on my turn just to get you out of poison. You could try to attack more efficiently next.
Yeah, if you want to, you can. I'm not gonna say no necessarily. I definitely miss. I got a 4.
Oh wait, you already rolled. Okay.
It's a bit too late, yeah.
Yeah.
The Forest Golem.
You could spend a Fabula point to reroll.
Oh yeah, I could. Yes, could I do that?
Like, don't forget your points. That's how we get XP too.
Thank you. I do forget I can use them to reroll. Do that.
I use one of mine here shortly if I need to, because that's one way I
Oh.
can use my stuff.
I dropped one on the ground. I have to try again. I'm sorry.
Fine.
So I got a 10 that time.
A 10 versus defense will hit. So it's what? High roll plus 12
So
fire damage?
Yeah. So 6 plus 12 is 18.
Takes double damage.
Yeah. 36.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm getting better at math because of this game a little bit.
D&D will do that too.
Yeah. Well, I was pretty good with that before, but this one's like doubling all the remembering to double all the damage is getting better for me.
Okay, so is going to try and attack Levine and Cassandra. Bark Claw. Gold.
Pork.
14 to hit against. Looks like that hits
Gonna attack
both
me
of
again?
you.
That hits, yeah. Dang.
Much health?
No.
How much health do you have, Cassandra?
I have 39 right now because of being healed
Okay.
before.
Both take 12 damage.
Okay. Can I just tank that? Why not?
Let me.
Don't
Oh,
I
for
need
me?
to look
ability
up
to do
one
that, or-
thing real quick.
Protect does allow me to do that. If it were to already affect me, it affects me twice. Is just it.
Yeah, so you'd take both hits
Yep.
if you want.
Take 24 damage and put me ready to do some adrenaline on this idiot.
Look at one thing.
Okay.
Guys.
Oh, okay. So yep, that's all done for 12 to each of you. Sandra's at 7.
I was going to protect
Oh, right, sorry, my
Cassandra
bad.
and take the 24 for it.
Down to 20. We're in crisis.
Yes, I am. So yeah, I get in the way from that, and I'm heaving, breathing heavy, teeth grit, and I'm gonna stab that. Should I kill the pumpkin? I think
I'd
that
kill.
pumpkin
Focus
is-
on the tree. Focus on the tree.
Yeah,
Got it,
because if
got
the
it.
tree dies, hopefully the pumpkin dies
All right, so it's gonna be
via summoning rules.
2d8s for this roll.
I believe in you.
I got a 13.
Oh goodness.
Okay, and that's a 7 plus 17 damage. Oh, plus my crisis, that's 23 damage.
Big mean
Forest
tree.
Golem is in crisis.
Goodness.
Feels
Make it
good.
Lumber.
Alright, so let's see. Cassandra and Levine have gone, right? But not Edgar.
I believe
I
so.
have not.
is going to attempt to rotten bite Levine.
Oh no.
Yep.
That sounds unpleasant.
I have weakness to poison right now, so
I don't know. It feels soft right now, so you know.
kind of feel like I should have got that heart of egg anything. I was halfway thinking about getting it.
21 versus you.
Oh, yeah,
Jesus.
what type of bite is that?
God.
That's
Sorry, no, it's a 17, but still.
That's still a
It's
big
still
hit.
really high. Goodness. Scary little punk.
And you're puked on too, right?
5 extra
Yeah.
damage, yes.
Take 17 damage.
Okay.
So you need a health potion?
Yeah, it's look. I got 9 health left, I think, if my math.
You
is
were
right.
getting the speedy beeps from A Link to the Past.
Yep.
You know you're alive.
Right, Edgar's
Quarter,
turn.
like just a tiny little quarter of a heart.
I can feel my heart just pounding my chest, but it's
I'm just
making
gonna.
squeaky noises.
I'm gonna have to give him a potion, just directly to him.
I'm good.
So it's 50.
I'm good. You don't have to worry about it.
You're not good. You're dying.
Stronger.
Right. So you get 50 hit
Alright.
points then.
You are
That's good.
down to 1 IP, Egg.
Yep.
Dang it.
I have 6 left too, so I can give out potions if need be.
Cassandra went, then the golem went, then the pumpkin went. Golem
And then
hasn't turned yet.
oh yeah. And then it's our turn again.
Thought it'd be worth
Well,
it.
then it's yeah.
Black. Edgar.
Oh no.
Blast me, daddy.
I can't
The
protect this.
squishiest boy. Actually don't.
Versus your man.
No,
That misses.
I'm very magical.
Alright,
Maybe you
we
aren't that
are to the
squishy.
pumpkin.
I'm very
Edgar's
squishy,
Very,
Okay.
but I'm
very evasive.
very squirrely.
He's
That's
wily.
fair.
He's like just scrambling around the field on all fours.
The old scramble boy.
He sees some treasure and he just starts scurrying towards it like a piece of Magitech. It's just like a cat chasing it.
Hmm.
Okay.
17 hit Blair.
Oh dear, yeah.
We'll
I
die,
think
Blair.
he's gonna make it.
Rip.
17.
I'm out.
So, are you just passed out?
Well, I was at 8 HP, so that's
Yeah, I
9
guess-
under, -9.
But it's like
guess
so.
he
So now you have the
chooses-
surrender or the sacrifice, right? So
Or they choose him.
Oh yeah, so do you want to surrender and be passed out, or do you want to Blair to die?
I'm fine with
You want Blair
surrendering.
to you want
Alright.
Blair to kill everything in the process. Go on a
I'll just be
rampage.
knocked out.
Okay.
That's probably
Do you
that makes
need
sense.
any additional information about either of these, Kells?
Oh, I wouldn't mind it if you don't
Okay.
mind.
Sacrifice. When reduced to 0 hit points, a player character may give their life in order to accomplish a seemingly impossible deed, such as putting an end to a centuries-old curse, temporarily taking away a demigod's powers, or single-handedly holding off a small to make sure their allies can. Details of the sacrifice are negotiated between you and the game master. You should narrate your heroic demise together. There is no fixed limit on what a sacrifice may accomplish. You can and should go overboard with it, especially as you will permanently lose your character. Important to note that player characters who sacrifice themselves have accepted their death and normally cannot be brought back to life because they peacefully became one with the Spring of Souls. It isn't a bad way to. Surrendering. Characters who surrender fall unconscious and become unable to act for the remainder, even if their hit points are restored above 0. Game Master cannot kill a character who surrenders, but may impose a narrative consequence chosen from the list below, or a consequence that makes sense within multiple characters surrender, or worst of all, TPK. The Game Master may impose separate consequences or a single major consequence. And also decide to bring the consequences of your play later on. For example, as the last hero bites the dust, Commander Celta grins, "I'd love to get rid of you once for all, but I have a busy day. You'll never make it to the village in time. Skyglass will shortly be in Empress's hands. While surrendering will never kill your character, the Game Master can still impose heavy consequences. Given the general mood of Fabula Ultima, however, permanent or crippling injury should be avoided. When a player chooses to surrender, they immediately gain 2 Fabula points. At the start of the next scene in which they appear, the player character regains consciousness and recovers an amount of hit points equal to their crisis score. Sample consequences of surrendering. You must change your theme to one of the following: anger, doubt, guilt, or vengeance. Despair, the enemy gets to make a decisive move, or the heroes lose faith in the approval of an important person or group. Loss, something incredibly precious such as a magical artifact, a loved person, or an ancient and important heirloom is taken from you. Resentment, you are forced to erase one of your bonds and replace it with a bond towards a character chosen by the Game Master. This new bond must be of hatred, inferiority, or mistrust. Separated, you are no longer with your allies. You might be captured, dragged away, lost, or stranded.
Oh, there's a lot to choose from.
Mhm.
I guess the big thing is picking whether you sacrifice or...
You want to
I
keep playing Blair or not?
I would like to keep playing Blair for a little
Surrender.
bit longer.
Okay.
Yeah,
Surrender
so I'm
does
gonna
make sense
surrender.
there, yeah.
So you fall unconscious, gain 2 Fabula points, and we'll figure out the rest later.
God.
Let's go
Levine
back
is
to
gonna
the
hate this
forest team
news.
then.
Alright, so does Cassandra want to try to kill this tree
I'll try to
more?
attack it again, why not?
Light him up. What's
Oh,
her health
dang. I almost thought that was 2
doing?
6s, but it was a 6 and a 9. Which is still good.
Nice.
15. Yeah. So 9 plus 12, you said?
21
Mhm.
times 2.
Yeah. Is
42.
42.
Holy
Yeah. Woohoo!
That tree must be on its last leg. We're
I'm hoping so.
3 is angry.
Figured I'd be making it mad by setting it on fire slowly.
Going to attempt to use Bark Claw. Edgar and Levine.
All right.
Let's see. Versus
15.
defense. That hits
Yep.
both of you. $13 damage to.
Mm-hmm.
And sorry, how much damage is that?
13?
13.
46. Okay. You're up.
Alright, do you want to take a crack at this, Edgar, or should I? do
Yeah.
something?
Yeah, I'll take a crack. I'll try to see if I can finally attack.
Break off
I'm gonna
a piece of that golem bar.
yeah. Let's see. I am not affected by this for my attacks, so I'm going to do a shot with my pistol. I'm going to spend the 10 mind points in order to make a barrage onto the pumpkin as well.
Nice.
And so that is a 10. Right, because we don't get a +1, right?
Right. That
Right.
still
So
hits
then,
both.
so it's 10.
Yeah, that'll hit
Okay,
both.
that hits both. Okay. So that is 8 plus 8. 16 to both.
Heck yeah.
Alright, so here have go. Have Forest Golem is going.
Bring it on, come on. Oh, wait, no.
Bring it on, come on.
Thank you.
You do this all day. It meets it.
Alright. Your turn.
All right. Well, do I shadow strike this tree? Try to just chop it down. Keep chopping.
You do what you need to do.
I'm chopping this tree. All right. I'm gonna roll this die. That's an 8 to myself, which it would be great if it actually hits. So that's an 8. Now I need to roll 2d8s. So. Oh, I got 2 8s.
Oh my.
Nice.
Yay.
Alright.
So that's 16 plus 8, 24 plus 10, 34 plus 1, 35 dark damage, and it creates an opportunity or something.
Opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
Have this bookmark. Alright, so I'm going to let you pick an opportunity here. Unexpected twists in the story, sometimes good, sometimes bad. When you spend an opportunity, you pick an option from this list or come up with a different twist that fits the current scene. Game Master has the final say whether an opportunity is appropriate, and some spells and skills allow you to spend opportunity in powerful ways. Let's see. You can have advantage. The next check performed by you or an ally gets +4. Affliction. A creature suffers dazed, shaken, slow, or weak. You create a bond towards someone or something, or add an emotion to one of your existing bonds. Your actions earn you someone's support or admiration. You spot a useful clue or detail. An item is destroyed, lost, stolen, or left behind. You may fill up or erase 2 sections of the clock. Someone or something of your choice suddenly appears on the scene. You discover one vulnerability, or you learn the goals or motivate. That stuff in mind, how do you want to do this?
I'm not even sure what's appropriate in this situation, especially with Levine. I think it's mostly because I don't know what I would even get from these creatures as far as motive goes. Although that could be nice to know. But I think it's more so advantage to like Cassandra's next maneuver since I got a big hit on this thing.
Okay. Sorry, when I said how do you want to do this, I meant you have slain the creature.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
It's
you
dead.
And
So,
then you
yeah,
can
after
decide what opportunity you want to take after that.
okay. Yeah, Edgar lines up his shots, pew pew, shoots it right in the eye socket. I see my moment dragging my sword, kicking up dirt and grass. Take the blade just covered with dark energy and boom, straight up through the crotch of it. And it's technically what that is. And just cleave it upward. blasting dark energy into the sky. That would be the final blow. I don't know what the opportunity thing is yet still, but that's the hit at least.
All right, so you reach down, your being feeling something's not right, that you have to decisively end this battle now for the sake of your allies, and you charge towards the tree and in a sweeping upward motion with your greatsword, and you put all of your dark energy into the swing and come up through whichever part of the tree is the crotch and go straight upwards, bisecting the tree. Forest Golem dissipates in a green energy that spreads out all around you, and that green light occupies all of your vision. And whenever you can again, you are in the same clearing, but you can now see the exit of the forest clearly. Playing tricks on you, and
All right. Well, I
Yeah.
guess gotta check with Leon, Olivia in particular, because I know they were.
Still got a pumpkin though.
the pumpkin
I also-
disappears, and all of the pumpkins outside of the forest have retreated. And I'm actually gonna go ahead and, because it's getting a little late again, I really wanted to finish by midnight and failed miserably.
I know
We're
I was
gonna
rattling a lot
we're gonna
myself
leave it
too, so-
there for next time.
Ah, dang.
Okay.
But
I killed the
so-
tree.
I'm gonna go ahead and cut the stream, and we can talk about some of the consequences and everything here. And if
Yeah.
you guys want to get ready for next time,
Yeah, that sounds good.
stop streaming. Do I know?
Thanks for
In what?
watching,
In
everyone.
Discord?
This was a mistake.
Hello.
Oh yeah.
Mistakes were made.